just realized, like, I haven't drank any.
Oh, it's way better. I can see your face. It's good.
Good. on my property. You didn't win in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your hosts, Thomas Ahrens and Jared Mounts. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
And it's one of those days, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? No, I got it cranked up. Can we get a mic check out there, everybody? Mic check out there. Good morning, everybody. Mic check, mic check. How do we sound here? Let the comments roll in. I got the legend with me to start the day, Mike Green. I told you guys he'd be emceeing with me today. Man, come on. So we have a great show today, everybody. We're going to have Jeff Green. He's going to be on sporadically throughout the day. Taylor Edwards says it sounds good. Fantastic. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. We have Jeff Green all day today. I'll be pestering him at the booth. And then we also have a legend in the welding boat community. He's going to be here as well. So if you guys have any questions about welding a boat, boat repairs, comment now. Just keep commenting through the day. I'll make sure they get answered by him as well. Jeff, how are you doing today, sir?
Pretty good, man.
And then you can move that mic around as much as you want.
Okay.
It's pretty low key today. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
You sound amazing. Perfect. It's been a while.
It has.
It really has. What have you been up to?
Fishing.
Well, no, yeah. Anything else?
No, I was just up on the Susquehanna the other day. We caught some nice ones up there. The water was pretty dirty though. I've been fishing the Potomac a lot too.
How's the Potomac looking?
Good. I've had a few trips on the Potomac in the past few weeks, and the fish are big. They're getting real big.
You sent me that post, and let me actually, I'm going to pull that up while you keep talking. Jeff sent me this amazing photo of these really nice smallmouth that he caught. I think you sent them on Facebook, if I'm not mistaken. But how big were those two fish?
The one was a citation. It was just pushing over 20 inches.
20 inches?
Yeah, that was caught on a 2 3/4 inch tube, and the other one was too. That was the other one. The other one's just a really nice smallmouth. It's not a citation, but it was just over 17, and that fish was 3 pounds.
Oh my God! And guys, I'll be pulling this thing up right here for you, so you can take a look at this bad boy. There we go. Perfect. So 3 pounds, 4 pounds. And that's the thing, too, about this time of year. Is it's so weird. I had Billy Coles of Smith Mountain Lake Guide Service, and he said something very interesting to me where he said you can generally anticipate that the weather's going to change every 3 to 4 days in the springtime. Like, it's never consistent.
No.
And I really wanted to ask you about that. Like, with river fish, though, compared to lake fish, which ones are more affected by the weather changes? And let's say, yeah.
I think the river.
The river, really?
Yeah, I think river fish are they're constantly living in a changing environment. It's either getting colder, it's getting warmer. The water's either falling or rising. You know, I'm talking about freshwater non-tidal.
Mm-hmm.
And as the water rises, it moves them. If you can get the water to lift, you know, as it rises and it levels off, and it's steady for days, I think that's the best time. I think that's the consistent time that you want to be out there. If you can hit it that, you know, on a couple days like that. But as it's rising, they're moving. As it's falling, what I found, they start moving again.
Really?
They're always moving, unless it's steady. And then when I talk steady, I'm not talking like for 24 hours. I'm talking 3-4 days.
When did you start seeing the weather change? And before you answer that, guys, again, we are live at the Berkeley Springs High School Fishing and Flea Market here in Berkeley Springs. You can come see us, or you can watch later on today, starting around 12 o'clock noon. I'm going to be going booth to booth, and we're going to do the best of our ability to get every booth here, as long as we have good Wi-Fi, fingers crossed. If you have any questions for Jeff or anybody else, please comment, and I'll try to get them all answered. Like the last time I had you on, we were in the doldrums of winter, where you have great fishing days, you have some shitty fishing days, because that's winter fishing. When did you start seeing like spring starting to creep in?
Probably the last third week of maybe February.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at the trees while we're fishing, and I'm like, those trees have buds on them, and
It's crazy.
yeah.
Like,
And then if you're going to, if you go down 70 near Frederick, you'll see the dogwoods. They're already blooming.
really?
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
I actually believe that stuff's true. Like, nature really will give a tell to when spring or winter or whatever is going to be affecting.
I think we're early right now for spring, and as spring goes around here, and the fish know, obviously, the animals know, the turkeys know, they're getting ready. Turkey season's coming up, in April,
Mhm.
and they'll probably start gobbling even earlier than they did last year.
Do you actually turkey hunt?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I never knew about. Where do you turkey hunt? Maryland or Virginia?
West Virginia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cryptic. You just take the boat, beach it on an island? And just
No.
have at it?
I had some property out in West Virginia, a friend of mine,
Oh,
and
cool.
a turkey hunt.
What's the biggest turkey? What's the biggest tom?
I don't know. I just whatever's legal that comes in, because I don't mess around with them, because if they're good to go, they're good to go. I'm not looking for anything fantastic. It's hard enough just to get them to come in to begin with, call them in. I got one time that had multiple beards.
Really?
Yeah.
God damn. How old does that make him?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I've never turkey hunted before.
No. They're. If you're going to ask me what type of hunting I love to do, the best thing is turkey.
I hear that the turkey is the hardest thing to actually consistently kill.
Well,
because of its eyesight.
They burn you all the time. You get busted by them. So, they're tough.
What do you think has better eyesight, though? Is it a smallmouth or a turkey? Because I was really thinking
turkeys. Turkeys.
Really?
From what I understand, they see in color like we do, but in a much sharper form than we do.
Perfect. Yeah, I think they have. I think that's actually correct, because it was something. I was re-listening to some other people's podcasts, and they talked about visual and how hot colors work so much for smallmouth. And clearly, I think if that's the case, it's because they have really good eyesight. And
they're very visual.
They're very visual.
So all these fish we talk about, all the bass, there's muskie in the river, there's all these types of fish, right? And walleye. But smallmouth, they just want to see it to attack it and eat it.
Mm-hmm.
They have to. It's almost like they prefer that, they want to see it before they eat it. Some of these other fish, I don't think they care, but the smallmouth they love to chase something down. To be able to see it before any of their other senses, take over. Like they have a lateral line, and they can feel stuff. They can feel that bait as it's falling. They can feel the wave of a
the vibration coming off the paddle tail.
They can feel that. We couldn't, but it's going like this in the water. They can feel that.
In the wintertime, generally speaking, you got really clear water conditions, and then you have this period in the spring with the influx of rain and water going into the system where you do have that turbulence and that color added. Does that shut the bite off for a couple of weeks until things get situated?
It depends on how much color's in the water. Meaning, it depends on. I like to consider it muddy, dirty, stained, and clear. And then, what I see is what I think is muddy is my own opinion, and what I think is dirty is my own opinion, but the dirty water is almost like when it's kind of a pea green color. Mm-hmm. I consider that dirty. But have you ever seen it when it's like an emerald green?
Yes. And
you have several feet of visibility, but you can't see the bottom, but the water looks real nice. I consider that stained, heavily stained.
Would stain be the best then? Just to give it a little bit harder for them to identify your bait, but
they can see it from a distance?
Yeah, that's where I feel like a spinnerbait or something like that would really play well.
Yeah.
When do you think right now the fish are, and again, guys, if you guys got any questions for Jeff, please let me know, comment down below.
The spinnerbait too, in that condition, I would prefer to throw a willow leaf bladed spinnerbait versus a Colorado.
Really?
Yeah, because it's not thumping as hard.
Why?
It doesn't thump as hard.
Taylor Edwards has a question. Taylor Edwards, I'll bring
Sure.
this up on screen. Taylor, what? That's Taylor. By the way, that's a nice buck you just shot. That's amazing for a thumbnail. What were you throwing when you caught the 20-inch citation?
Oh, one of my tubes, an SWFA tube, but it was a green pumpkin purple crawdad tube. It's got those purple legs on it.
And then, guys, we'll be
with an 1/8 ounce jig head.
1/8 ounce jig head. Jake's Bait and Tackle actually does carry some of his baits. Also, you can go to his website as well, and that'll be linked in the episode description, so you can follow that there. Jig head. Why that jig head?
I think 1/8 ounce is just universal. I think it's a great weight. Usually, you don't have to stray from an 1/8 ounce. You can fish it pretty much year round. But if you have less current, like if you're just straight up fishing in the wintertime, you're fishing areas and you just know they're in eddies, pools of water, you can go lighter. The warmer the water, the faster you can let the bait fall. The colder the water, the slower you want it to fall.
Interesting. Okay. So then what are you throwing that on then?
You mean the line?
Yeah, line wise.
I'm using fluorocarbon, 8 to 10 pounds. I prefer 8 pound.
8 pound.
I think 6 pound. You can get away with 6 pound, but I think 6 pound maybe a little too because there's snags and stuff out there. I think it might be just a little bit on the light side, but you can fish it. But 8 pound line with about 20 pound braid. But the leader line that I'm using is fluorocarbon, and it's about a rod's length. So you want about 7 foot of fluorocarbon.
It's really interesting because I had the privilege to actually go out with Jeff in early winter. I think it was like November-ish time frame.
Water was dirty that day.
The water was really dirty. And it was cold. And we caught some freaking footballs, though. Every time you set the hook, it was a good one.
Yeah.
It was interesting. Like, you really made me appreciate the importance of the big pools, the big slack water areas and those seams and where you want to be throwing it. How do fish position now in the springtime in those pools? Are they still in that big slack area, or are they starting to scoot out more to
It depends on the water temperature, I believe.
Okay.
So right now, you can catch them in current. The water, last time I checked, I think it was this morning, it was still showing like 44 degrees. That's
Really?
pretty warm for smallmouth. I mean, it's still cold water. It's still considered cold water fishing. Anything below, 45 or below, they kind of consider it cold water fishing. But they're in the eddies too. You can find them pretty much either in the dead center part of an eddy, or they're going to be pushed out just on the outside of the current seam. Right now, that's where I'm catching them.
So then what would spring temperatures be?
Spring temperatures are in the 50s.
Okay.
And that's when you want to start trying your moving baits, your crank baits. Once it creeps up, and then once it gets above 50, and we know it's never going below 50 again until next fall or winter, start trying your crank baits and your spinner baits. And then you'll start seeing an increase of bites on those type of baits as it gets higher in the 50s, 55, between 55 and 60. They'll smack those spinner baits pretty good.
And again, guys, please, like and subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it with the algorithm. If you want, come on over to the Berkeley Fishing Expo. I'm going to be here all day. Come say hi. Come say hi to Jeff. Talk his ear off. He's becoming like the legend of the Potomac. Why that trolling motor, by the way, the one that you run? Because I like the feel of a cable steer. Was there anything that really turned you on to that style?
Because I can take the foot pedal off the boat.
Okay.
It gives me more room. I don't have to step on it or anything like that. And the remote is just really good for guiding. I can be anywhere in the boat and control the trolling motor.
I never thought of that.
And I don't even have to look. I've been using that Tarova. I use a Minn Kota Tarova, an 80-pound thrust motor. I've been using them for years, and I always have two. So I've had, in the past 5 years, I've had over a dozen Tarovas in quite a few years. And, the Tarova, the Altera, and the Ultrex, those are the three main Minn Kota trolling motors. They're all the same motor, but they all three do different things. The Tarova, it stows differently than the other two, right? It's just it's got a lever and you pull it up and it stows. The Altera is the one that stows and deploys. And that one automatically does it. The Ultrex is the old school, like the 4-tracks. You pull a cord and it comes up. So it's all what they prefer, their preference. But I believe that Tarova is just, and then they all have, it doesn't matter if the Altera or the Ultrex is an 80-pound thrust motor. It's the same as the Tarova. But I just like the Tarova. I think it's a very durable motor.
So
and there's less to go wrong with that thing.
That's the thing too about Minn Kota, at least, is I feel like they have been doing it the longest. I know they don't have the brushless motor yet, and people have been killing them for it. But you know what you're getting with it when you get that kind of motor. I have an Ultrex, guys, personally, just full disclosure.
I do think that fish. I do think, especially in the wintertime, you could spook fish with spot lock.
I think so too. I think it's interesting with the spot lock and the forward-facing sonar. I think fish are getting really educated, and that's a good segue to the new trolling motor that only costs you a mortgage payment. The Power Pole one.
Don't get me started.
No, it's interesting because like when
It's probably great technology because it comes from Power Pole.
when products
But
launch,
it's very
though,
expensive.
when products launch, there's always it's cool to see comment sections and like when Spot Lock first became a thing, a lot of people thought like it was worthless, but you had a lot of people like, oh, this is cool. Forward facing
game changer.
sonar, yeah, forward facing sonar, game changer. Some people hated it. This trolling motor came out. It was universally like it's too expensive. Everyone, there's not a lot of people are like, no, I think it's worth the investment. That's dude, $5,000 is a shit ton of money.
Well,
for a
where
trolling motor.
do you get the warranty work done on it too?
Again, allegedly, guys, you can check it out for yourselves. The shaft is lifetime, which is kind of like great. But what about
So is Minn Kota's.
Yeah. What about the computer? What about the head? Like, I don't know about that part there. So I just don't know if it's worth the $5,000 personally to me. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see where that is. And that's the thing too. Just things are getting so expensive nowadays. Everything's getting expensive. I looked at getting batteries. I looked at lithium. I don't know if you went to lithium yet, but
No, the problem with lithium is I've been told. Here's the problem with lithium that I've been told, and I've shied away from them because I fish in the wintertime. They don't charge very well in freezing temperatures, and that's a problem. I need my batteries to work all day long.
well, and Chris Gorsuch, I think, said it best. Now, granted, Chris has like 7 boats or whatever it is,
Yeah.
but you can get a good GM for like $400, and if it dies, you just go buy another
Yeah.
one. Versus a lithium that's $3,000, $2,000.
Well, you have to, and then not only that, I mean, you're down.
Yeah.
You can't fish. You have to have to effectively catch river smallmouth. You need a trolling motor, and I mean, I guess you could do it and just use an anchor, but that trolling motor, when you spot lock it, you can position yourself in really good spots. And then if it's too swift, you drop an anchor. You know, and that's your other choice. So,
Would you ever get shallow water anchors? Could they actually work on a river?
I had a power pole for a while.
Really?
Yeah, I had just one, and I would use it. What I would do is put in real fast current. I'd put my trolling motor in spot lock, and I could position my boat so it sat sideways on the river. And in real slow current, I could just drop it in and it would hold me. But you always have to be facing downriver, you know. They work. They do.
I would always be terrified that they would break off or something
No,
like that with the
they're
current.
tough,
They
especially the power poles.
yeah. And
You can
again,
grind the bottom of the river with them, and they don't break, man.
is that personal experience? Just
Oh, yeah.
grinding the bottom?
I couldn't believe I never broke one.
I had one time I completely forgot that they were down and I took off, and I didn't know why I wasn't going anywhere. I had a 225 in the back, and this son of a bitch wouldn't go anywhere.
I think that's how you break
And
them.
then yeah, that's how I did crack it a little bit, but no, I mean that is interesting because I've always picked, like, if you had to pick one, all tricks or power poles, or spot lock versus power poles, probably spot lock.
Yeah,
is
well, you know,
better.
they all serve a purpose, right? And then if you're fortunate enough to have all of them, it works. But if I had a choice between any of them, I would spot lock. Even though I just said earlier they can spook fish, but that's why you have to position yourself away from certain places to have that happen.
Is it time of year that you feel like it spooks them, or is it?
Yeah,
all the time?
I think when the water gets real cold, I think just about anything can spook them. I think you can go into a hole and catch 1 or 2 fish, and there might be other fish in there. And I think those fish getting ripped out of there, I think it spooks them, and they stop wanting to feed. They're like, I'm out of here.
I think that, yeah, 100%. I think it's especially in the spawn time when they get that finicky.
Yeah.
And again, I guess smallmouth are a little bit different than largemouth when they stage up and everything. One thing, have you ever thought about fishing tournaments? Like I've never.
No.
Like, you're always on the river. Like
No,
why?
because when the tournament happens, I'm guiding. It's on a weekend.
Yeah, but then if you win the tournament, that makes money, and then you also become a celebrity. More
Yeah.
so.
But I mean, you know, it's that's a shot in the dark. There's a lot of people that go out there, and just because you fish I'm not naive to this. Just because you fish a body of water all the time, that could probably hurt you too. Because some of these guys will show up to a body of water they've never fished, and they do excellent. Because there's a problem with fishing when you fish bodies of water over and over. You have history with that water. You heard that before with
Preach.
yeah.
Preach.
And I think that can hurt you.
I do. The true.
The one guy that proved that wrong though was in 2014. Mike Iaconelli won his home water.
Delaware. Yeah.
And imagine the pressure he had, knowing that in his head he had to win that.
It's got to be so. But I like what you said though, is because you do get in your own head and you fish history so easily. And I think you do it subconsciously. Like,
And that's why you need to be open-minded to all different techniques.
yeah, 100% agree. And that's why you can go out there and get in some dude that's never been on the body of water before somehow just wins. Yeah, because like you're fishing fresh. You just fish what's in front of you. And we do sometimes complicate it way too much, where it is like if they're not there, move, and you're going to, fish where you catch them. It's that simple. It doesn't have to do with water levels or chartreuse or whatever, or are they on stumps. Just go where the fish are. And I know that's an oversimplification, but still, I'm glad you said that, because there's so many people that I think get into that lull if they want to become a professional angler. And let's say the Tidal Potomac guys is a great example of this. I think there's a bell curve on how much you should fish a certain body of water, generally speaking. So
As a tournament fisherman?
yeah. So let's say you're a river rat, your Tidal Potomac, or your upper Potomac river rat, and you always finish in the top 10% anglers. Great. Well, at that point, I would suggest stop fishing the river as much and go to a lake, learn some other things. Because even if you're like 2% better over time at the river, you're going to get your ass kicked when you go every other place. You got to round out your game. And I think you see that a lot where you get guys that are absolute sticks on a certain body of water.
Well, especially if you have a tide.
Yes.
Tidal water.
Tide water, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
that's
do you think a river's easier or a tidal river? Which one do you think is easier?
I think a tidal river is probably more consistent. And the reason why is because it has a tide. And that tide is it's falling and rising pretty much the same levels every day. Is it every 8 hours or something?
Yeah, and I will. So the one thing I'll challenge is I get some notes.
That's what I would believe. But I know the Tidal Potomac can fish very tough.
So, and then guys, let me know down below, in the chat, please. What do you think is easier to fish, a regular river or a tidal river? Here's my caveat to that. A tidal river is by far the easiest to fish. In my opinion, it's the hardest place to practice because of those windows. If you have 2 hours each day that are good, let's just say, and you have a big river, you physically can't fish a lot of water to practice. The one thing I like about a pure river is the bite is not as great in those windows, but you can still go through the river and still cover some water. If you want to fish Nanjamoine down here and you have that hour window, it's going to be really hard to fish other places unless it's perfect. So you might be fishing over fish.
You get stuck in an area.
Yeah, you get stuck in an area. Exactly. And
you can't get out.
And that's just my opinion, is it's a lot harder to practice there because you need more time. You're going to need a lot more days. So you make sure every place you go, you're at the sweet time. So you know if there's fish there, because you could fish an area and if it's the wrong time, you catch
and they say that like smallmouth, they bite better when the water rises. I guess that flushes stuff, it flushes little critters and stuff out on the bottom of the river, and the water, as it rises, it's getting swifter. So they position themselves in certain spots to ambush things, right? That can't handle the speed of the current. Well, in a tidal river, I would suspect that every day there's a rise, and that's when they're they're biting pretty good.
So I heard a thought too. I don't know if this is true.
That's what I would guess.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, what was the thing I was going to say? Oh, the other thing was, I heard for northern smallmouth that the sunlight will actually hurt their eyes because they're so used to clear water. And so on bright, sunny days, they change their behavior. If you have a bright, sunny ass day on a river and the river's max depth, maybe you get a 10-foot hole. Let's say it's like 5 feet, whatever. Does that compress them down at all?
They're always on the bottom.
When it's super sunny?
On the Potomac, they live their life on the bottom.
Okay.
They don't live in the, I guess maybe in a deep hole. They might sit in the water column, but the smallmouth always live on the bottom. They're always swimming in and out of the rocks. They're only coming up to feed. You know what I mean? I mean, our average water depth is probably around 5 feet, isn't it? On the upper Potomac, I would guess.
You're there more than me.
And they live their entire life on the bottom.
Okay.
And for the most part, they're always looking upriver.
That makes sense.
Because they're looking for stuff coming to them.
How much do they move?
They move all the time, at least on the Potomac.
Compared to Susquehanna or other things about the same?
Yeah, I think they move a lot. I don't know why the Potomac, upper Potomac smallmouth do this, but they move constantly. You can catch them in a spot one day and the water level doesn't change very much at all. And you go back the next day and it's like you're on a whole nother body of water. Or you catch them in the eddy one day.
He's giving the goods.
You catch them in the eddy one day, and you'll come back the next day, and they're 30 yards down at the tail end of the eddy the next day.
Wow.
So they're in the current. And if you get too close to the eddy, you're on top of them, throwing into a spot where they're not. So
How long, if you're going to give advice to somebody going out in the river in a kayak or whatever, like how long should you give a spot this time of year before you move? Like I know when
everyone has their own opinion about it, but for me, it depends on how big the eddy is. How big of an eddy are we talking? Are we talking an eddy that's like a micro eddy that's on the shoreline that you can literally throw 5 casts in and you've covered it? If that's the case, I'd give it maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Size
and
of
then
a
roll.
car. Size of a car.
You could probably 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Because I'm telling you, if they're in the hole, in my experience, and this happens a lot, you'll go to a spot in the wintertime, you'll throw in first 2 casts, one whacks the bait. You hook up with one, and then you'll throw back in there again. That's why I told you that they spook. And you're telling me in a 400-mile long river, all the smallmouth in the river, there's not another one that decided this is a good spot too to sit. They're in there. They just get spooked because that fish just got hooked.
It is fascinating to me, guys. When I went out, when we went out in the wintertime, it was cold as snot. It was insanely cold. It was a super cold day. And it was still like Jeff said, it was like the first 2 or 3 casts in each hole you get bit. And that's so crazy compared to a lake or something else where you'd probably have to milk an area before you got bit at all. Even when that water was like, it felt like it was below freezing.
Yeah.
It
Because
was still
here's my mindset. I mean, I guide and everything. So we're on a time restraint as well, right? We can't just sit out there all day on one hole. But the idea is you pull up to a hole and you try to fish it as best you can. Whether that's 5 minutes or 20 minutes, you just want to cover the whole hole, the whole entire eddy. Fan cast it, right? Give some good casts in there and work the bait real slow. 10 minutes or so, leave. Because you could go to the next hole and catch 5 fish. Why would you want to wait 30 minutes to catch one when we can go to the next hole and we'll catch 5 fish in 15 minutes?
How long would you give an eddy? How long would you let it rest?
I mean, before going back to it? I'd say a couple hours, because I have, if you can catch 5 or 6 fish in a hole, maybe more if you're lucky, and you leave and you come back to it in the afternoon, you'll catch another couple fish out of there.
Gotcha. So if we go to our first spot, we stick 2 or 3 at 9 a.m. You're saying like 1 or 2 go
we
back.
We could go back and we could catch another fish.
Because that's interesting to me is like the waiting game.
Or you'll catch more.
Oh yeah.
I've gone to a spot in the morning and we haven't caught anything. I'm like, are you kidding me? We go back later in the day and we catch 6 fish.
No, because that's interesting to me. Because some people have a strategy when they fish about you sit on a spot and then now part of it is like you don't want somebody else to come in there, but like you sit on it, let it refill. But then what I like what you're saying is you don't know the time frame and how long it takes to refill. It will refill, but how long?
Mm-hmm.
Like you could sit there, and if it does take 3 hours, you're wasting 3 hours.
I mean, if there's one smallmouth sitting in an eddy or sitting in a wintering spot, there's other fish there. They like that spot for whatever reason it may be. It's just that's what they want. So he's not the only fish in that river that's sitting in there, So you leave it and you come back, and there's probably going to be more fish there. And unless the weather changes throughout the day, and then maybe the water temperature drops while you're out there in 3 or 4 hours, and it drops, let's say 2 degrees.
Okay.
Then maybe they've had it for the day and they're done. They're not in the mood.
That's a really good tip. I mean, and this is something else for you. And again, guys, please, drop a comment if you have any questions for Jeff. And I'll be getting him throughout the day. So after he's done here, if you still got some questions answered, please reach out and we'll make sure we get your questions answered. When you fish a tournament, there's this run and gun approach, and there's also about, I think, sitting on a spot, checking it. I do think that comes into your tactics a little bit, that if you have a couple areas that are good, try to fill out patterns around that area so it's easier for you to come back and check and test them.
I do know this about guys that have that fish tournaments. If you're in tidal water, you can sit in a hole and wait, if you're confident enough, and wait, and they'll come back. Because they push off and they pull back up. And I've heard of people sitting in a hole and waiting for the water to rise back again, and then they start catching them again.
Really?
Yeah. Like in the Lower Potomac.
Do you get a lot of boat pressure out there this time of year, or when does the boat pressure really get picked up on the Upper Potomac?
It depends on how nice the day is, but yeah, you can. But most of the boat pressure is in the summertime.
Okay.
Your June, July, and August.
Well, then you got a long time to go before that happens. When does it usually get to 60 degrees on the water temp wise?
probably late April
Really?
into May.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mid-April maybe.
Yeah,
It just depends on the year.
And that's the thing this year. It feels like everything's moving faster. I don't know. It just doesn't.
It
feel
is.
Yeah. Right.
It's ahead of schedule right now.
It
The
really
groundhog
is.
lied.
It it did lie.
Puxatawny Phil lied to us.
It did lie. Well, I don't. The
He
idea
needs
that,
to be fired, and we need to get a new groundhog.
what
in
kind
line.
of paganism is that we listen to a rat about what the weather's going to do? Like, where did that happen? But I don't know. It's better than following these people on TikTok. Yeah, Jeff, I mean, thanks again. Again, guys, like and subscribe to Jeff for all. If you want to go out with him, he is the best guide on the Upper Potomac River. How booked are you right now?
I've openings for April.
Got openings for April?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, guys, please.
I would say if you want a really good experience, go during the week because we're less likely to run into people. You know, it's less busy because it's a weekday. I'm saying.
When do you think they're going to start spawning on the river? If you had to give your idea,
probably close to May.
It feels so late.
Right around May.
To be May, but I mean that makes
sense.
You know,
the generic time is somewhere between May 1st and June 15th.
Really?
Is their generic? What they say generic time for a smallmouth to spawn.
Okay. Wow.
So give or take 2 weeks that way, 2 weeks the other way. You know, and it just depends on the how cold it stays. But one thing people don't, I don't think people find out early on is these fish, they're in current more than you'd ever imagine. And this is on the last couple of years, it's opened my eyes to. I mean, it could be 38 degrees and they're in current, and you're catching them in current. They're not in the eddies. If they're not in that eddy, they're somewhere outside the eddy. They're down. Usually they're at the tail end of an eddy, like where it tapers off and it goes back into the river. They're at the back end of it. Most people don't realize. I mean, they're in. If there's no eddy there, but you see on the shore, the water's moving slow, but 10 feet off, the water's moving faster, you know, because you can see a difference because you watch the bubbles or the leaves or the debris. They'll sit in that slower moving water. And people don't understand that they're not, someone hasn't told them that. You have to find that out for yourself.
How long, let me rephrase that question. This time of year, how do you approach an eddy? I'm assuming you approach from the downstream side, and do you start just at the tip, like you said, and work your way through?
Usually you'd want to go to the top of it first.
Okay.
Because if they're at the top of the eddy, it seems like they're more aggressive. So if they're in a mood to feed, you're probably going to catch them at the top of the eddy first. But if you're like, man, there's nothing, then you go to the middle of the eddy. Maybe they're there. And then, you know, you always try the current seam too, right? About 5 feet off the current seam. You can't catch them there. And if you can't catch them in the middle and just outside that eddy, they're probably at the tail end of it. And sometimes they can be 20 yards down below the tail end.
Wow.
Yeah. In current. And it's January.
Guys, again, please, if you got any questions for Jeff, please let me know now while we have him on here. We will also have a really cool guest, his friend, who is a welder of space stations and boats. He's going to be fun. Lee Wells has a comment, and the water level, if we have big water events, that will affect it too. I have found, don't you think? Okay, let me reset that again because I can't speak apparently. And the water levels, if we have big water events, that will affect it too. If I have found, don't you think? Like, okay, yeah, will springtime high water events affect the fishing?
Yeah, it can. I think last year we had a water event. We had a high water event. It wasn't a flood. I just call them high water events because they never reached that flood stage. And last year, I believe they moved. So it was just right around where they were supposed to spawn, or they're getting ready to, late pre-spawn. And they were in one area. And then it took me about a week and a half to realize they're no longer there. They moved in that high water event, and then they went into another section of the river, and they were heavily concentrated. And I'm talking, they moved 20 miles.
How long does that take for them to actually make that adjustment?
I have no clue. I would have to guess, because the way they kind of just dart around, a few days.
Sorry, guys. Because that was something interesting. Like the old Bassmaster and the Linders would say, like, well, you know, the water goes high, the fish go with it. But I don't know if that's always the case. And
no, it depends on how high it gets, and then I think it's up to the fish. You know, what they consider it's time to roll out. Let's go to a different spot. And you know, at that time when that water came up last year in early spring, there was a full moon too. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but it moved them. I mean, the area, one stretch of the river was a ghost town.
Really?
And I believe I don't know if I've said this on your show before. I believe there's residential smallmouth.
Oh, I 100%
And
agree
there's
with that.
and then there's transient smallmouth. There's smallmouth and the majority are the ones that move. And then the minority of those are the ones that stay in one location. Very few hang out and stay. The majority of them, they travel.
That makes sense. That really does make sense. How many fish do you catch that are the same fish? I mean, you fish the river a lot.
You know what? I don't know. I remember one fall we were in a spot and we were catching a bunch of fish. And I know a couple times while we were in that hole, I mean, we caught 20 plus fish out of one spot, right? And you could tell that a couple of those fish had been caught recently. You know, we'd caught them again because one side of their mouth would have a red spot on it, and the other side would have the where a hook would go, and the other side had the other hook.
That's so crazy.
I think it depends on how concentrated they are in that hole, and probably how aggressive they are that day.
Do you feel like it's a size thing too? Is it like the bigger ones like to be more transient and the smaller ones stay local, or vice versa? Do you see any patterns with that?
I think the big ones move.
You think the big ones move more?
Yeah.
Okay.
And when you know, I mean, they can only move so far on the Upper Potomac when you're talking about areas like Harper's Ferry and further down south, because I mean they can't go over Dam 4, right? They can only go so far.
That'd
right?
be a neat trick, yeah.
But they can go up into the Shenandoah, but they can only go so far into the Shenandoah because there's dam systems, right?
I got to bring that.
And then
up
they will
too.
travel up the Monocacy, I believe. And you know the Monocacy is about 50 miles long, and I don't know how far. And there's a couple low water dams on the Monocacy, so how far can they go up into the Monocacy?
And that's something interesting too. Is like how far will they travel? I think they'll travel as far as they can. It's not like the Susquehanna where they can go miles, because you're right, we have so many dams and stuff on there. But I want to let me see if I can find this thing that you have, because
I've had a guy that's been fishing for many years in the Susquehanna. He's told me before he believes he's used the number of 40 miles he believes they'll travel
really
in the spring sometimes. Yeah.
What's up
And he's been doing it a long time.
Because you caught something pretty cool. Let me see if I can find it.
What are you looking for?
On your page, you caught large.
Oh, that's a little phenomenon too in the Upper Potomac River,
dude.
So when you get high water, we caught one bigger than that. When you get up on it, there's a video of it. When you get into high water situations, they tend to this time of year from late February, sometime late February. Late February all the way through March. You'll find them in creeks, and they just show up where they are during the summer and the winter. I catch them in the winter too sometimes, but not as much as I do late February through, you know, when the spawn is about ready to happen into April. I mean, I'm talking 4, 5, 6 pound largemouth. They come out of nowhere. I mean, where are they in the summertime? Where do they go in low water? How come we don't see them?
That's such a great question. Oh, I would also say,
and there's some healthy ones. That's a nice little small largemouth.
Craig comes on at 11, and you can go ask him. Huh? I don't have his number. He's here. We'll find him. What was my brain thought? Crap.
And they're eating the same thing those smallmouths are eating: tubes and plastics and jerk baits, and you can get them to hit spinner baits up in these creeks too.
So Charlie Taylor, we had him on the show, and back, I guess, during World War II when he was guiding on the Upper Potomac, he talked about fishing down near where White's Ferry was, and that there used to be lily pads and stuff, vegetation, which is insane. But he talked about largemouth, and it was so crazy that you caught him here, because I thought they were like gone off the river.
No. There's giant ones in the Upper Potomac River. The same size one. I mean, not as many, obviously, because it's the Upper Potomac, but the same size ones you'd catch in the Lower Potomac, they're in the Upper Potomac.
That's so weird. Where do you usually
They must
see
have
them?
a lonely life, though, man, because you know
there can't be that many of them.
No.
Or like I get it, like when Charlie used to said on the show that like there used to be a lot of lily pads on the river and stuff. That made sense. Like, okay, there should be largemouth then, but I don't think I've seen much vegetation up until a couple of years ago on the river.
You can catch them. I've experience catching them real big ones in the summer, like late summer. But when you have real large grass mats on the Upper Potomac River, when the grass comes in real thick, you'll catch them on top water and stuff.
God, that'd be so cool.
I mean, giant ones.
What's the biggest one? What's the biggest one you caught recently, or in recent memory?
One, I don't know. I don't know where it is on here. It was about 7 pounds.
7 pounds
out of a creek that's no wider than my boat is long.
Oh my God, that is so cool.
Yeah,
dude, that is awesome.
And that one I just caught recently, it was 4 pounds. I caught them off the exact same rock as that big one.
Let's see if I can find
so they
it.
go there. There's a pattern with it. 7 pounders in there somewhere, largemouth. At some point in time.
Yeah, we're gonna find it. I can't believe, and I love that purple black color that you have for your tubes. That thing is such a great color. Well, we'll talk about that since we're here. That color is just chef's kiss.
It works, man.
Did you come up with that?
No, that's a color that's been around a long time.
You should have just said, like, yeah, it's your signature series.
It's a color that's it's real popular on the Susquehanna too.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the one thing that floors me is even in this clean water, you can fish such dark colored baits and have success. That makes no sense when all the literature says you go supernatural when it gets clear. But for river smallmouth, you can still throw a dark purple, a June bug, and you can still have a lot of success.
I don't know. Do you see it in there? It's
we'll find
I'm
something.
holding it up. It takes up most of the picture because I took it myself.
Oh, okay, it's like a selfie pic.
As a matter of fact, that day I was supposed to have a trip, and the guy canceled. He would have caught that fish that day.
Yeah, and now you get to catch it, and now you have the good promo. Oh, come on, let's see where it is. You might have to send it to me later on for our next conversation.
I'll find it.
So many. I don't know. That's really cool to me. I think that there could be big largemouth actually on the river, and the fact that you're saying
I posted it in the last year at some point.
Was it the last year? What was this one? Oh, this is 2022. Okay, cool. We're getting there.
I mean, that fish is big down.
God, so many big smallmouth.
He hit a spinnerbait. The fish was a straight river donkey.
There's this one.
That's a smaller one.
one.
That one, yeah, that one was caught in late fall.
Yeah, it's so
That's
crazy.
a decent one. But they're much bigger than that.
I really hope that'd be so cool if you could get on a massive frog bite and just smoke largemouth consistently.
Well, in colder water too, with the largemouth in these river systems, if you find one, there's a good chance there's more there.
Okay.
And I've pulled up to a spot before in the wintertime on brush and real slow moving water, and we've caught over 20 largemouth out of one spot. Not giants, but I mean anywhere between 10 and 16 inches.
That's still fun.
20 of them, literally, in a matter of an hour.
Is there a cap on the parts of the river that you do not see as many largemouth? So I guess like Harper's Ferry would be at the high end. I probably assume you don't see a lot of
The water's too
largemouth up there.
swift.
Yeah.
I think for them. I don't think they like current at all.
So is it down below like the White's Ferry area around that?
Yeah, wherever there's slow moving water
Consistently.
there's probably largemouth there too.
Okay. That's
know?
interesting. Wow. No, that's awesome. And Jeff, like I know we got to get I know we got so many things planned for today. Anything else you have coming up that you want to pitch?
No, just you can go to my little tackle shop online. I'm doing a 10% discount right now. If you sign up for my SWFA Baits Fishing Journal, you'll see that on there. If you go to my swfabaittackle.com, and that's 10% off anything.
And like always, guys, the man, the myth, the legend. He's going to be back on the show later
that
today.
even includes the trips because I sell the trips on there too.
Oh, you do? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. And then when are you going turkey hunting?
I'd like to go out this spring, but I don't know. I'll probably be fishing though, and I'll just be listening to them gobbling while I'm fishing.
You got to go shoot. Can you hunt on those islands?
Yeah, some of them are public,
Okay.
but
Hey,
most of the time they're on the Virginia side on private land or on the Maryland side in the national park, and they're just gobbling their heads off.
smart birds.
Yeah.
They're smart birds.
They say the joke is with turkey is if they could smell, you wouldn't be able to kill one.
Oh, I could believe that. They're so smart.
Yeah,
Like that's the one thing bucket list. I really do want to go shoot a turkey someday.
they're crazy animals, man.
Really?
They're just wild.
Yeah. And they're just so much. It looks like
They're
fun.
so goofy. You know, they've got the noise they make, and what's funny is they're really loud in the woods. If you get a group of them coming in, just scratching and they're clucking. One might cut loose and gobble. and then there's another one calling to another one way off. You know, they're kelking. It's pretty
intense.
It's pretty funny. Yeah. And then what stinks is if more than one comes in when you're hunting in the spring, you got to be real careful because they'll bust you. I mean, yeah. And then if you get one gobbling and he shuts off, you called him and he shuts off, and then 30 minutes later you use whatever turkey call you're using, and you hit it, he's behind you and he's blowing your head off, and you're like, well, I'm done, because you can't swing around and get him. I mean, you might be able to, but more than likely he's gone.
Was the biggest turkey the one that you shot was in West Virginia?
Yeah.
Was that where you shot it? Is there any place that you would want to go hunting outside West Virginia?
Maryland's okay too, but no, I mean, in this area we got a lot of turkey. Virginia, West Virginia, and Maryland, there's a lot of wild turkey.
If you can get access to the land, we have a lot of turkey.
Yeah.
But there's just less hunters now too. That's the biggest issue.
Yeah.
But someday. Guys, Jeff will be back on the show later today. We got some boat welding and some spacecraft to be talking about. We're going to take a short commercial break here while I go find him. Please add some comments about boat repairs if you have anything, and I will talk to you soon.
On my property. You didn't win shit in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your hosts, Thomas Ahrens and Jared Mounts. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
In there. Alrighty. Guys, can I get a mic check today? I got the old software system, do not have the new software system, so please give me a mic check for our next guest here. Let me get the screens rearranged a little bit. Perfect. All right. So we had this living legend on last Upper Potomac Fishing Report, and it was a crowd favorite. And I want to make sure we got him back on here because he is the right place, right time. When Mr. Beast came on the scene, YouTube was a brand new thing. He comes on to weld boats, and there's nobody probably in the East Coast that actually does boat welding. So, floor is yours, sir. How are you doing today?
Thanks for having us on again, Thomas. I'm glad to be here. Great show we're having here. Great turnout, and I hope if people who are watching can come on out. We're going to be here all day. Excellent show, especially supporting the local businesses, which is really what the show is about. Doing grassroots stuff here. And
guys, that's what's so important about what we're doing here is it is bringing clarity and a voice to these local shows, whether it was like the Richmond Expo, which is a regional thing, the Dale City show, or the Berkeley Springs High School show. This all is being put on right now to actually support a local fishing team. So coming down to this show, checking it out. Next year, maybe we'll do a little bit of a fundraiser online to help promote this. But again, for the people that don't know this individual, I want you to basically kind of tell your story and kind of what got you into this.
Sure. It was 1997. I was just a hobby welder and just took an interest in it because I thought it was something as a neat skill to have to fix stuff, maybe make a few things for yourself. And I became more excited about it. Being able to see and create things that you can't do with anything else. And I just started making stuff for myself in the summertime over the years when I was a school teacher at the time. And I started quasi get good at it and was making some stuff for myself. And I had a gentleman approach me who had a custom motorcycle. This is probably around 2001. And he asked me if I could make him a custom kickstand. And I didn't know if I could or I couldn't, but I told him I could. But I knew that I was in it, both feet in the deep end, and I wasn't going to let the guy down. I was going to make him the kickstand he wanted, which ended up being a peace sign with an Imagine logo on it from the Beatles album, John Lennon Beatles album.
Oh, that's so cool.
So I did pull it off, and that one piece gave me the confidence to say, well, if I can do that, I can probably do anything in the welding fabrication realm if I put my mind to it and go out and grind to get the skill set. My skill set was very raw, very grassroots, very basic, but I put enough effort and time into it to get the skills I wanted to, learned what the tools were, went out and spent money, and to be honest, screwed up a lot of material learning. I didn't go to a tech school. I taught myself how to weld. So I had to go out and grind to pick up all these skills on my own. And this is before YouTube was even out.
Oof. Damn.
So I didn't have much of anything than to go out and find some old timers that would give me a tip or two about do this and don't do that.
Why did you decide to make that career change? I mean, like teaching has its issues, I know, and people know about them, but it's a very consistent gig. So what in your heart made you say, like, I want to make this career change?
Sure. One, I didn't know it at the time, but working with doing welding and fabrication in the summer times gave me an insight of how much I really enjoyed working with my hands, but not just my hands. I'm a tech geek up here, where there's a good bit of math involved with making good products, especially when we talk about boats. If you're recreating complex curves, and it's try to like make a basketball out of a flat sheet of metal. Well, it's a complex curve because you're getting curves in every direction. Well, to pick up that skill, it just intrigued me. It's like, how do you make something round or curved something out of something flat? And it allowed me to use both my hands and my head. And I didn't feel like I was hitting brick walls with trying to get the skill set. It was exciting to actually run into the challenge. And it wasn't just like, oh, well, put a hole in a piece of metal. Okay, well, get a drill. You can do that. You're making shapes that don't exist. And that was very intriguing to me. You're taking something flat, and now you're making a 3D product out of something you just look at that's 2D. And when you can make that, I just found that super exciting, and that just kept me going deeper.
I think, guys, please, if you guys have any questions for aluminum boat repairs or any kind of boat repairs, please let me know in the comment section below. I'll try to get them answered. Also, there will be a link in this episode description as well when this gets re-uploaded with all of Jeff's information for his welding company. It's fascinating to me because it's like there's just not, and I know Jake's Bait and Tackle has talked about this in the past, it's hard to find good marine mechanics. And it's almost harder to find like welders nowadays, which is insane because you have the Susquehanna, you have the New River, the Upper James, the Shenandoah. It's so many places for you or someone like you to have success. Is it just a cultural thing that there's just less blue collar workers out there now, or is there still demand for people like you?
That's part of it. I think a part of that was in the 80s and 90s, there was this massive push that, well, everybody just needs a college education.
Yes.
And so what has happened is that's created a vacuum in the blue collar sector, and a big one in welding as well. And I've kind of capitalized on that. And it wasn't something I planned, but it just so happened that I wanted to make that shift out of teaching once I found out like I could actually do this. And that I was coming into the vacuum at the right time. Okay. Now adding on to that, welding aluminum is so much different from the other materials that picking up that skill opened up new doors, because if you look at like how much steel gets welded to aluminum, it's probably more steel than aluminum, but the niche to be able to weld aluminum is twofold, because one, I think I mentioned this on the last one, the machine that you can do aluminum with is much more expensive than you can weld steel with.
Really?
And I don't know why.
I was just say like, yeah,
but you need, now you can gas weld, which is oxygen acetylene. You can gas weld aluminum, but why would you? It's monotonous. You can warp the material much easier, and it's not as clean. But a TIG welder, you would weld aluminum on AC current, and you weld steels and stainless steels on DC current. One AC current machine, if you look at the pricing of the two, it's double for an AC current machine to weld aluminum. I don't know why. And the reason why it boggles me is because the current that you plug it into is AC. So I don't know where
that makes no sense.
Why would you convert that and then charge people more? Now, I'm not the engineer that created those.
Capitalism.
So maybe it's capitalism. And if so, good for you. You've done well. You've done well with that.
If you wanted to, and granted with your other line of work, I think if I'm not mistaken from our last episode, they helped you with some of the equipment. But if you wanted to be a welder and just start out on your own, how much do you have to drop equipment wise to get into this?
If you just want to,
like over under,
I wouldn't do any more. I would learn on steel. Much more forgiving, and steel's cheaper to buy now than aluminum. Always more expensive. So I would buy some steel, or just go to the scrapyard, get scrap steel. You know, if you're just learning, get scrap steel from somebody. But you can literally learn with a $300 or $400 machine, and a good one. I have a $550 machine that I've made a lot of money with, and it came from a store that everybody would know. I'm not going to mention the name, Harbor Freight, but that you could go to that store and get that same machine and learn how to weld very well with a couple of tips. And there's plenty of people out there on YouTube that give good information. There are pros. They are there to help you. They're not trying to extract anything financially from you. And you could learn to weld very well. And if you understand the concept off of any machine, you could take that and learn the stick and learn the TIG welding, if given the opportunity to use those machines as well. So $500, you can get yourself going.
That's not bad at all.
No, I think to learn a trade that you can make a good living at, I think that's fair. Consider paying $25,000 to go to a tech school for 2 years and learn the same thing. You know, for me, I just considered myself, I was hungry enough to go out there, drop the money, and do it because I know I really wanted it. For somebody else, how bad do you want it? $500. I think that's a very minute investment for something that you could go ahead and make a living at.
With that said, as we segue more into like the boat conversation, because I know you guys are ravenous about this right now.
Sure.
Aluminum as a boat, like what is the specific thickness that you think? Because there's so many boat manufacturers out there that sell aluminum boats.
Mm-hmm.
In your expertise, what should you be looking towards thickness wise? Is there boats that are made thinner, boats that are made thicker? What would the perfect hull thickness be?
About my thought, running, and then I'm taking this from the aspect of the conditions that most of our fishermen fish here, and the different rivers, the Susquehanna, the Potomac, Rappahannock, all that vary. And most rivers alike have a lot of rocks, right? And depending on the water level each year, I would think 3/16. Now, probably boat manufacturers would be flipping out if they heard me say that. But looking at the environment you have to navigate through, I would think you want something a little sturdier. Now, I've seen it pretty thin, like 090, that's less than 1/8 of an inch.
Seems pretty.
That's pretty thin. But depending on what part of the boat that you're looking at, if I'm back where the transom is, where I'm going to mount a motor and stuff, I don't want to see 1/8.
Is that cost cutting why they do that?
I believe it is. But being structurally sound, if I get anything like 1/8 inch without gussets or supports in the back, that whole boat's going to be flopping and flexing. And most aluminums do not like extended periods of vibration, because it's I don't want to get too technical, but it has a loose molecular structure density wise.
It's a soft metal.
Yeah, which what makes it light. So, but with that loose structure comes with vibration. It will eventually want to start to break loose somewhere.
Why is aluminum the main boat material for versus random steel or titanium? Like for people like me that don't know what I'm talking about,
Right.
like why?
Right. Well, one, they want it light, for the ratio. You've already got all that water resistance pushing on your boat. So they want it as light as they can get it, but it's going to be a longer lasting material in water, where even if you painted a steel boat or a titanium boat, that's still not going to last as long as aluminum. But then let's take fresh water to salt water. If you take most of the boats that go in salt water have fiberglass bottoms for the salt content, right? So if I took a complete aluminum boat, no coatings, and put it in salt water, you might get 10 years out of it. That's it. Yeah, it'll be corroded. I've had plenty of pontoon boats brought to me that I've had to totally wrap the bottoms, thousands of dollars, because I couldn't weld all the little pinholes shut because of the corrosion.
What do you mean by wrap the bottoms?
So So if I'm, let's say I take a pontoon boat. So the part that water touches in there. Okay. So they have to take the motor off, flip it over. So now I'm working with all the bad parts that are corroded, right? So I have to take sheet aluminum, shape it to the pontoon. And
Crap, that's a pain in the butt.
Yeah. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to shape that all the way around the pontoon until you reach the metal that's never been in constant water, which is the good material, and then weld all that shut. Then you still have to come over the top where all the corrosion is. You actually have to burn the corrosion off and add metal. You're cooking all the corrosion out. So there's massive pinholes. Then you grind it off. You weld it again. You cook more out. Grind it off. Because until you get all the pinholes out, all the corrosion, it's never sealed. And you have to do that the entire length of both pontoons if it's been in the water that long.
So how do Navy ships do it then?
Well, they have steel.
Okay, they use steel.
They've got these people called boatswain's mates that are constantly, it's all they do the entire time they're in the Navy. They put these on the old school pieces of wood, hang them off the side of the ship, and they're constant 100% of the time. Always they call it manually abrading. It's nothing more than sanding constantly and recoating with that some kind of it's a special
substance or paint
that they're putting right up. But that's a constant maintenance thing for them. And their strips are all shield.
Huh. I did not know that. So we do. Oh, Scott, we have a question from Scott Kling. Let's see. Can you fix a mashed plug hole on an aluminum boat? What's a roundabout price? My plug hole is a little mashed up, but I can still get my plug in after I whittle it down. So let's do this in two parts. Scott, I want you to email me at Fishing the DMV or email Jeff to get the price quote, but then let's go into that. Let's go into the other parts of that question here. So first off, for me, what is a mash plug? Is that just where the plug is for the hole, correct?
Yeah. Most of the pontoon boats have a plug hole. Other boats do too. And some they'll drain out by the back transom on the lower end and they'll get cracked there a lot of times. Just for if it's a pontoon boat, some pontoon boats get pressurized, 2 pounds, 3 pounds. So typically that is fixable. We'd have to cut it out because if it's been mashed in or damaged, more than likely that's not going to be fixable. We'd have to cut that out one, get a replacement, and just stick that in there and weld around it to get you a new one. That's unless I'm not seeing it, that's the way I would do that.
Are pontoon boats pretty much? And then Scott, thank you so much. That's a really good question.
Yeah,
again, guys,
Scott.
If you have any other questions, guys, please let me know. And again, in the episode description, I'll link all of his information. If you can't wait, if you go back to the last fishing report I did with Jeff, all of his information is there as well. My question, what was it? Oh, primarily then what you said pontoon boats. Is that the majority of your work when it comes to boats or pontoon boats right now? Or okay.
Mostly bass boats, which are running the river, hitting rocks. Yeah, that's the majority.
What is the perfect jet boat? If you got to build your own boat from scratch, haul-wise, what would you do?
I would take I wouldn't take a deep V. I'd take a shallow V, very shallow V. Like some people it would probably even remotely kind of look like a John boat, a hyped up John boat a little bit. Not with flat sides, still with the kind of a sweeping edge out to the side. And I would make them a little bit wider than the boats I see today. Now, a lot of bass fishermen are going to say, no, that's terrible. You can't get it into certain places. But what I hear from people fishing is the boats aren't that stable walking around trying to fish. So I'm looking at it from the boat's supposed to get you from A to B, right? And in a stable manner. So I'm looking at it from that view, not strictly getting in a tight spot. If you cast well, you don't need to get that close. Okay, so
that makes sense. Yeah.
I'm strictly going from a functionality of what the boat should be doing.
That makes a lot of sense. Guys, again, please like and subscribe. I want to try to get this up over to 10 likes on Facebook and YouTube as well. If you got any questions, please let me know. And if you want to, come on down to the Berkeley Fishing Expo. We're going to be here until 4 or 5 p.m. today, just going through the vendors and everything. Starting about noon, I'm going to do a walkthrough of all the vendors. I'm going to try to get through as many vendors as humanly possible. One thing that you mentioned that stuck out to my mind is when I was a kid, I was always told aluminum boats are way better because they ding. You don't have to worry about the fiberglass. They're easy to fix. And this was just like old, I think, folklore. You came on the show and you said that's bullshit. Aluminum has a lot more to fix it than just like there's a ding and you just buff it out. There's a lot more to it because you have to fix it from both sides. Correct?
If you can get to it. It was more about the cleanliness. I think we talked about a lot.
Yeah.
It's more about being able to get to both sides to make it clean, because aluminum has a scale build up on it. Think of copper. Most people know copper will turn green, and it's just a natural way it protects itself. Well, aluminum does the same thing. It's just not noticeable. It turns a dark gray, whereas once you clean it, it's like a bright silver. So you want it that bright silver. And the bigger problem is with fixing a boat is once you've got a crack in it, it's now seeping in sediment and other things that are in the water. And now that's in there. And if I can't get behind it, those impurities are going to start vaporizing or falling into my weld puddle. And as an impurity, those things will make little pinholes, and then it'll never seal right. So getting behind it is more of a cleanliness issue. I can weld from one side and seal it if both sides I know are clean. But what happens is over time, even if you're just out in the rain, well, all the dirt and stuff on top of your deck gets washed down into cracks and really comes to settle in all these other areas on that hull on the inside. Well, I can't always get to that. If I can, I will get in there and clean it. If I can't, there's no guarantee I can seal it completely shut.
So that's interesting that if you're looking to buy a new boat of any type, it's having the ability to access the hull from the inside.
I would
a
suggest,
good bonus.
Yeah, I would suggest that if you are buying one, ask the dealer how accessible the inside of the hull is in case you do get damage. Because I think if you fish enough, it's going to be inevitable.
I know with the Vexus, I think that's what spurred that conversation. The Vexus, one of the models, is it's an aluminum hull, and they fill it with fiberglass.
Yes.
And I think it was to save money and weight. But then I think you brought up this interesting point. Then, like, you can't do shit on the inside if it's caked in fiberglass, right?
No. Especially if they've sprayed it in and it's really
Caked
right
on.
up against it. I can't do a thing with that. And I think I also mentioned welding isn't always your best option. Sometimes if you're in a tight spot like that, I would get some, I think 3M makes it it's like marine grade adhesive sealant, 5000, I think it's called. Sometimes that's your best option. And if you put it on correctly and prep the material, it's fine.
Really works?
It does.
Really?
It does.
I thought it was like those retarded Flex Seal commercials where they just smack it against the tub.
I've heard people keep it on their boat and have actually put it right over where water's coming in. Now we're not talking like gobs of water coming in, just see it dripping. You put that in there.
That's really cool.
Prepping it correctly, and it's worked.
What is the most consistent issue you see in your field of work that you see people doing? Or what is the most common problem that people come into you with?
Just with the boat thing?
Yeah.
Usually a crack on or around the keel of the boat coming down the middle. They've smacked a rock real good, or ran up on a sandbar and there was a rock in that, and it really cut a really good groove in there. So some of the ones that aren't as prevalent is the vibration thing. It does happen over time, but that's not as prevalent. It's usually damage from hitting a rock is the main one.
Now, do you also do aluminum work? Like if people want to add a deck to their boat or things like that, is that something you want to get into at some point?
Sure. If they want to add a console of some sort, or they just want to add a gauge pod. Recently talked to a gentleman, asked me if I could make some risers, maybe 3 inches, just to put some speakers in to run Bluetooth.
That's pretty cool.
On. So, I can do all that.
What about, so example is, because this is my issue, one of my lids actually it's a fiberglass boat, but one of the lids dry rotted, and so it's very squishy. It's one of the live well lids actually.
Okay.
Is that something where you can like replace lids on a boat with aluminum?
Sure. Even if your lid is, I think what I've seen a lot of these live well lids, or maybe your rod locker, it's about 3/4 of an inch, deep, but it's just a piece of sheet metal bent over, right? So that's something I can recreate. And then we, if it was riveted on, we'll rivet it on. However it was done, we'll try to do it the same way that the factory did it.
So guys, like there's a ton of things that he can do to help you out with all your boats and boat issues. Again, link in the episode description so you can get him. What is the kind of the wait list that people want to get into? Are you booked years in advance, weeks in advance? What are you?
It's typically 4 to 8 weeks. And a lot of times I'll put somebody on the calendar and they'll have to reschedule themselves. And so everybody gets to move up in the line if that happens, So most of the time, I usually take people earlier than what I put them on the calendar because everybody's schedule's changing. So a lot of times if I've told somebody 3 weeks, it's like a week and a half later, I'm calling you, know, and I typically will not call somebody unless I can get you. But if I call you and you can come, the next day I'm on your stuff, and if I know ahead of time, let's say we wanted to replace your lid. Well, I don't need your boat. I just need dimensions and stuff, and I can make that. And then one day you bring it, we install it that same day you're gone.
Okay.
So some things.
It depends.
Yeah, it depends. And pictures do a lot for me, but they don't always tell the whole story. So if I have to come out and see you and you're not too far, I can just stop by and we'll take a look at it, decide what really needs to be done.
One more thing that popped in, I know you guys are probably going to ask on the rewatch, is about like the skeg of your boat, of your motor, like that. Like, is that something else that they could come contact you for?
Absolutely. Plenty of people have broken off their skeg going down the river
3 times.
If you can find it, come see me. The only issue with that is if you have a drive shaft that's really close to that, we have to be super careful. So it's not a given that I can do it, because if there's too much heat in there, I could smoke your seals out, and then it's a whole nother issue.
Very good point. That is
so it's got to be broken low enough that we're not going to melt your seals inside.
Okay, dang. Guys, again, this is from the Absolute Master. Please reach out to him. Again, website will be down below. But if you could, what's the name of your company?
McGowan's Welding.
McGowan's Welding.
Yeah, we're out of Mount Airy, Maryland.
Guys, it's local. It's somewhere. If you got a problem with your boat in a pinch, give him a call. Is there anything else you got going on, or you want to plug right now?
No, just I'm willing to talk to anybody. You can email me, call me direct. I'll talk to you about your issue. It costs you nothing to talk to me. We'll figure out what you need.
Awesome, guys. I'll actually I'll find his email and I will put it in the chat right now in case you guys want it desperately right this second. Otherwise, come on down to Berkeley Springs Fishing Flea Market, and I'll put it in the link when this live stream gets uploaded. Jeff, can't thank you enough. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Thomas.
Again, guys, we're gonna go on a quick commercial break so I can go to the restroom, and then we got our next guest coming on the show.
on my property. You didn't win shit in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
It'll be good for the views.
What the hell is even that?
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your hosts, Thomas Ahrens and Jared Mounts.
Probably should have my earbuds in, but oh well.
By Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Fishing the DMV. We are here live at the Berkeley Springs Fishing Expo with these young gentlemen here. We're going to go widescreen to them. These are the legends of the Berkeley Springs High School Fishing Club. How are you guys doing tonight?
Amazing.
So why don't we start left to right? You can just grab that big black rod and then just give us your names and then move it down.
My name is Hunter Cockrell.
I'm Eli Cheshire. I'm Jackson Landers.
And yeah, it's lag. It's lag. It's called lag. That's how that works. You see, I won't ask you the square root or anything like that. So I just need to know let's just start with that story first. Tell the story of the time you almost drowned setting the hook on a fish.
Okay, so I was on the boat with my dad and mom, and I was in full clothing, and I thought I had a fish because it was snagged, and I ripped it really hard, and I fell right off the back of the boat, and I was like this, trying to get back. I was like doggy paddling to the back.
So did you do a complete just backwards somersault right into the water?
Yep.
That's impressive. What were you fishing that day? What bait?
Oh, I don't remember. It was a really long time ago.
Everything also probably went really slow when you
Yeah,
went
it
backwards
was.
in. So what tournament-wise this year, where do you guys fish being from Berkeley Springs?
Four locks.
Four locks?
And there was a river that we used to fish, but it got shut down.
Big Slack.
Yeah.
Big Slack? Why did that get shut down?
I don't remember. Last year sometime.
Yeah.
So
And we did a tournament last year at Rocky Gap.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rocky Gap. I've heard of that place too.
And Jennings Randolph.
What is that place like, Rocky Gap?
It's
very
just
weedy. There's a lot of weeds.
it's and I mean they have a dam there, but they don't really release it very often.
Okay. That's really cool. So then how many tournaments are you guys going to be fishing this year?
We usually fish about 6.
Yeah, about 6.
About 6?
6 or 5.
So how many tournaments did you fish last year?
Probably about 5.
About 5?
5, yeah.
So then for your club, is it 2 per boat or do you guys each get your own boat?
2 per boat.
2 per boat.
2 per boat?
And 1 captain.
Do you get to pick your partners or do you have to draw straws?
It just random.
Well, just random.
Just random?
Yeah.
So then who here fishes with who?
I mainly fish by myself.
I fish with my dad.
I fish by myself half the time.
Okay.
I fish by myself.
So we got 2 lone wolves and then we got you and your dad. So then what boat do you fish out of, bud?
My dad's. He has a boat.
Is
He
it
has a
aluminum or fiberglass? Big boat or little boat?
fiberglass, big boat.
Oh, nice, dude.
18 foot.
That's freaking awesome. So then how much of a competitive rivalry do you three have with each other? Since it doesn't sound like you guys fish together, so that means you're competing against each other.
It's not really.
From
on the water, we're competitive, but off the water,
from a scale to
There-
1 out of 10, it's a 5.
It's about a 5?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's some room in there for some healthy competition. Kevin Van Dam
Yeah.
versus Michael Iaconelli. So then going into like last year, tournament-wise, how did you guys all do? And what was your favorite tournament from last year?
My favorite tournament was probably we went to a person's house and they had a pond in the back and we
Did they know you were going to be there or did you just break in?
Yes.
They knew.
Okay, just making sure.
And we did a catfish tournament and actually I caught 2 bass and like 6 catfish and I got first place.
What were you using as bait?
Just worms.
Oh, that's pretty cool. What's the biggest catfish you ever caught?
60 pounds.
Dang, dude.
I know. Flathead. I went up to I forgot what the place was called, but we went up there and they were like giving out. We were catching flathead.
So it wasn't in the pond then that you were in?
No,
that
it
tournament?
wasn't.
Okay, gotcha. So favorite tournament from last year? Go.
Rocky Gap.
Hand him the mic. Hand him the mic. Rocky Gap.
Yeah.
Why?
It's just fun. Top water baits were awesome there.
Oh, you caught them on top water?
Yeah. They weren't keepers though, but top water was fun there.
What kind of top water were you using?
I think Whopper Popper.
Oh,
Oh,
classic. That's a really
Yep.
good one. What's the biggest fish that you've caught out of Rocky Gap?
2 pounds, I think it was.
That's not
It's
bad.
my first time up there.
Yeah, it's not a big lake, right? Or is it
No,
pretty
it's
big?
It's pretty small.
Okay.
It's totally motor only though.
So you guys can yell at each other from different boats. You're close enough.
Not that
No.
close.
Oh, okay. Not that.
It's a pretty big lake.
Yeah, he's smiling like, yeah, totally, I would do that. All right, you're up, stud.
Jennings Randolph because first place, and it's just really nice there.
Well, you got first. Okay, tell me about it. What happened?
Which one? The first place?
Yeah, the one that you won all the money at.
Oh, well, it wasn't money, but I mean,
Glory.
yeah. We had, I think it was like 5-6 pounds, I think it was, and then that one first place. We caught about 20 fish that day.
So, did you catch? Was it the best 5, or was it just as many as you could catch?
Best 5.
Best 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so and this is a boat tournament, right? So you get there in the morning. When do you get your first one by?
It was really early. It was about maybe 10 minutes into us fishing.
What'd you catch it on?
Crankbait.
Crankbait? Oh, okay. Okay, going with David Fritz style. I like it. So you get the first one in the box. How long until you get your second one?
Half hour.
So it's pretty consistent in that bite.
Yeah. And then I caught about 4 or 5, and then my captain caught most of them.
A captain caught some too. Okay. So
Yeah,
are the captains allowed to help you guys out with your weight?
It depends on the tournament.
Okay, gotcha. So then what was...
At Rocky Gap, we had a tournament where the captains couldn't fish, but the kids could. It was just the kids that could fish.
That's how they do it at States.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which we have states and the people.
Where are you guys going?
Stonewall Jackson.
Oh, dude, that's going to be awesome. I've never even heard of that place either.
I got 5th place at Summersville.
Since like 2019, right?
You got 5th place there? What were you throwing?
It's just a little head rig.
Wow. So what was the biggest fish that you've caught last year?
2 pounds.
Yeah, tournaments.
Out of 2 pounds at Jennings Randolph.
2 pounds, Randolph Jennings, and then what do you say? 4, and then 100-pound catfish?
60.
60-pound catfish?
I feel like it's 60, but I don't know if it's 40 or 60. I think it was 60.
We could make it 100. That's fine. No one's going to know. So then when you guys part of this club, like, do you guys get to practice at all, or do you guys just go out fishing when you want to? How does that all work?
Mostly Craig, or the
Yeah.
the
he's
leader.
Yeah.
He pretty much sets up the tournaments. We have a meeting normally right after the expo. Then he sets up tournaments that we're going to have.
Oh, that's really cool.
And we fish those whatever dates he sets up.
Then how do you qualify for states?
It's usually a placement thing.
It's like you get like points every season to show up for events, then you get the points for that, and then you win first place, second place, and third place, and you get more points.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So then what would be it? So with four locks being your home waters, how much do you guys get to go fish that?
Not very much.
It's that whenever we fish, that's mostly where we fish.
It's 4 locks? 4?
Maybe 4, 3.
You guys probably going to be able to take people's money from there. Let's see. Do we have some questions here? Hello, all. They want to know, what is your favorite bait to throw at 4 locks?
Plopper.
So let's go this way to this way.
Shoot, I don't know.
Is it a bait?
Probably Ned rig.
Ned rig.
Plopper.
Plopper. You can hand in the mic.
Mine's an Edward too.
Ned rig. So how many boats are at these tournaments when you guys do them, generally
I think
speaking?
there's 8.
8? Okay.
And plus how many captains we have, because some of them might not show up. They might be sick or something.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
So then for states, what are you guys going to be doing for states to get ready for the state tournament?
We have, yeah.
So you guys going to be able to go down there at all?
Yeah.
Okay. What are your goals this year? Any goals? Doesn't have to be tournament though. Any goals? Fishing goals?
Top 3.
Top 3? Top 3?
I probably want to get a really nice sized bass and cook it up on my grill.
What would your biggest be?
Plopper.
Plopper? And what would the largest bass be for you? What would be a brand new record for you?
5 pounds.
5 pounds? That's still a pretty good one.
I went to my dad's buddy's house, and well, not his house, but it was his mom's house, and I caught a 3-pound bass there.
Dude, that's freaking awesome. So then, non-bass related, what is one fish you want to catch this year? All of you.
Bluegill.
Oh.
Wait, no.
Anything, you catch
mahi,
anything.
Mahi too.
Mahi, like that.
It's really good.
Mahi.
Mahi. Are you guys all going to the same trip? Why not catch a shark or like, I don't know, a manatee, something. I guess you can't catch one of those. Never mind. Don't catch one of those. Yeah. Let's not do that. Bring that in. Probably get in trouble.
But I think mahi's good. The first time I ever really tried it was at Liberty Seafood.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I've heard like they actually fight really hard.
It's really good.
Dude, that's freaking awesome.
I one time in Florida, I was on the boat and I felt this really hard thing go, and I was like, oh, it's got to be something really big. It was just one of those catfish, and actually, I don't remember if I have the scar or not, but I had one of those catfish, and they just sliced my finger open.
Ugh.
I know.
Are those saltwater ones that are poisonous?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
those
not
things
the
are weird.
poisonous ones.
Okay.
They're just, they really, the fins, the top fins are really sharp.
And it really will stick you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, again, thank you so much for coming on. Do you have any kind of like tips for people out there that want to kind of get good into fishing in this area?
Fishing is about patience. You're not always going to get something off the bat. You got to wait for what you want.
Sounds like you've been skunked before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So same here.
If you want to start out fishing, first you want to get a little hook, 2 split shots, and a bobber, and then put a worm, a little piece of a worm onto the little hook, and then throw it out next to docks, and you can get bluegill, and that's the best way to start out for fishing. That's how I started that out.
If that doesn't work, use a hand grenade. And then in Europe,
Just what if you're going to like try to fish rivers, just go to places river park to you and just cast out there and keep trying there, and then most likely that might be what it is throughout the rest of the river.
what's the biggest smallmouth all of you guys have caught? Last question.
3.
2 pounds, 3,
2 pounds.
2 pounds.
Yeah.
Guys, we gotta break some records this year. When I see you guys again, I want to see at least all you guys in states. I want you guys all to qualify to go to the next level. So, guys, but then thank you so much. Enjoy your day here. You all survived. Congratulations. Guys, we'll be back here shortly. We're going to take a small commercial break, and then we'll be going again.
On my property. You didn't win shit in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your hosts, Thomas Ahrens and Jared Mounts. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
So, or I think when you plugged it in, though, it started charging. So.
Yeah. I got a plug here and the whole gimbal setup, so we can just hook your phone into that.
Are you ready now?
Yeah, we can go now if you're ready. Or you want to do anything real quick?
I mean, yeah, I'm fine. What do you think? Like 15 minutes?
Yeah, we'll be very long. All righty, everybody. Welcome back to Fishing the DMV. So our next guest is the man that put all this together. How are you doing today?
Hey, pretty good. Oh, hey, I was. No, that's fine.
No, this is okay. So to set the table, last time I was here, it was a blizzard last year. I thought I was going to die on 70. There was like one lane, and you couldn't really see the road. And you guys still had a heck of a turnout.
Yeah, we did. We had a really good turnout. For the conditions considering. I can't remember exactly how many people came, but I want to say it was like about 200.
Well, I mean, if we can discuss the financials about how much money you made, is that something we can
Yeah.
discuss? You made about $2,500
Yeah.
in a blizzard. That's pretty good, and I'm pretty sure you're going to break that today, which is awesome.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll break it today. It was, I think we had 100 people in the first hour here.
Oh my gosh. That's really good.
So, yeah, it's been really busy.
How long have you been doing this show for?
So, I've been doing, this is my second show, and I am, I think this will be the 8th time that the show's been put on. So, Patty Caldwell was the person that coordinated the club before me, and she started it a long time ago, and it's really been a great fundraiser for us to get us to state championship tournaments and just fishing our regular tournaments here locally.
Because that would be the next thing I was going to say is like how, I guess, huge shout out to Patty. Because like, how does a fishing club in Berkeley Springs get started when you're not near like Gunnersville? You know, you're not near Smith Mountain Lake. And, you know, and that was the question I had for the boys, and we can get into that. It's like, where do you go to get these boys reps on the water?
Yeah. So, I mean, as far as starting the club, I mean, she just had a son that was really into fishing and then found out there was a lot of other kids in the high school that were into fishing. I mean, a lot of farm pond fishing happens here. But, they then had captains from around here from a couple of local bass clubs that fish on the Potomac River. And they put together this club, and I took it over in really good shape. So it's been easy for me.
How many members do you have now?
So we have like 18 kids, I believe.
Wow.
We actually picked up a couple here at the show. So
That's impressive. That's awesome. Congratulations.
yeah.
Is it just one, like, how does the age grouping work for this? If people want to get involved in this?
So we have a junior and a high school division. So the juniors are middle school, 6th to 8th grade. And then there's the senior, which is 9th to 12th grade. And they can compete all the way up until they graduate.
Okay, gotcha. And in the state tournament, they were saying their state tournament's in March or April? April, okay.
So it'll be April 16th, and we'll be out at Stonewall Jackson Lake.
Where the heck? Is that West Virginia, right?
Yeah, that's West Virginia. That's south of Morgantown. So from here, it's about 3.5 hours.
Holy moly.
Yeah. So that's the whole thing, right? I mean, we got to get hotel rooms. We got to pay for gas, all that kind of stuff. Really, the captains pay for gas, but, try to give them a little meal money, to get by. And so.
How hard is it? I mean, the one thing, and the kids talked to that a little bit about boat captains, and when I fished high school, that was it. How hard is it to find boat captains?
It's tough. I mean, especially, just somebody that has the time to show up consistently. But it's, we got 2 here today that are definitely my right hand, guys. They're here all the time. They help bring all the tables for the fishing show.
Awesome.
So, it's tough to find them, but like just now, same as the kids, I found 2 guys here that were thinking about captaining for us. So
wow.
I mean, so not only do we make money here, but we make connections. So
and that's what's so nice about doing things like this, because I know everything is now virtual. And again, do not get me wrong, virtual is amazing for so many things, but then like you don't have the ability to have the connection and be able to collaborate and things like that.
Right. Exactly.
And so do you guys have practices? I remember when we were talking yesterday, like, well, the softball team was in here because they were practicing. So like, do you guys like go outside and practice cast? Like for people that don't understand a high school fishing sport, how does that work?
Yeah. So last year we did do an actual practice. We did like in the middle school, we had a bunch of folks get together and we did knot tie-in and how to do a Texas rig. How to fish a jig and how to rig up a drop shot, just the basics,
Where's your home water then?
Yeah, so I mean, basically our home water is the Potomac River.
So 4 locks and Big Slack?
4 locks, Big Slack. We're going to try this year Big Eddy down on the Shenandoah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're going to try that. And then I'd really like to get a fall trip to Deep Creek.
That would... Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's freaking amazing. The fishing there, I went out there and I actually caught my first 30-inch pike out there.
Yeah.
It's almost like Little Champlain. There's grass, there's docks. And they were talking about, what's that? I can't believe I just forgot the name, guys. It's been a very long day. The lake right next to the casino.
Oh, Rocky Gap.
Gap. I didn't even know you could fish that place.
Yeah. So there's like 2 ramps on the lake.
Really?
Yeah. And we had a tournament there last year. It was tough. Because it's got some of those like, penny pads that grow up there, so it makes it tough with that grass.
How do you guys figure out a schedule then? Is that where is that just on you to do it, or
so like a couple weeks after this show we'll have a meeting, we'll sit down, we'll figure out where we want to go, tentative schedule. But it's hard to set a schedule because you set a Potomac River tournament right after the season opens on the Potomac River and you get 4 inches of rain, you're not having a tournament with a bunch of kids when the river's up real high.
What's the closest lake then? Is it Sleepy Creek that you could go to?
Sleepy Creek's close. It's the
pain in the ass to get to. Yeah.
Sucks. So, I've been kicking around hitting like some smaller lakes like Blair's Valley and like Cunningham Falls, Hunting Creek Lake.
Yes.
And maybe even Greenbrier. But we haven't really pulled the trigger on that yet. So.
Blair's up near Whitetail would be, it's got a boat ramp and everything. You could fish it from the shore, but it is a little, I don't know, was it 10 acres, 20 acres? It's small.
Yeah.
It is tight.
Yeah. It'd be tight. Everybody'd be following everybody around.
And then Big Pool is a nightmare. Allegedly, that used to be good. Because, it's so funny because, like, when I grew up in Northern Virginia, back then, Sleater's Lake didn't have a boat ramp. Goose Creek, there was no place to go. And that's such a hard, frustrating thing now where if you have 4 locks or Big Slack, fishing's not necessarily good there.
Right.
And so, and again, like what I tell Jared all the time, it's like, if you want to get a kid hooked in fishing, he's got to catch something. He has to have success.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with around here is if an angler survives being an angler here, you are hard to beat because you can catch him anywhere, but it's just hard to get him hooked on it. And I think this is like more power to you and all the local clubs that try to make it work here. Cause it's not easy. It really is not.
And that's why I've been trying to expand a little bit, like trying to hit like Deep Creek. We went to Jennings Randolph last year.
Oh, cool.
And at least I think a lot of the kids caught fish. I think the kid that I took, I think caught 20 fish that day. He caught more than I did. So he was doing good.
Ray Dalton, Rocky Gap has big bass. They are just deep. I am going to have to go to Rocky Gap because I just thought it was a casino pond or something. Dalton, again, Sleepy Creek Road to the lake is bad because WV needs money like VDWR has. I've heard rumors of of that place that it's actually got some fish in it, but I know it's like you have to like jump up a mountain and then rappel down.
Yeah,
to get to Sleepy Creek. It's pretty gnarly, apparently.
Yeah, it's got a couple switchbacks and but yeah, there's some good fish in there.
Apparently, was there like a record that came out of there allegedly at some point, like a big bass, a 10-pounder?
I don't know. I know.
I've heard rumors.
I know a couple springs ago there was a guy holding like 2 6-pounders that he caught there in one day.
Dang.
It was all over Facebook. So,
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. Well, again, like, I know you're a busy man running this whole show. It's absolutely amazing. Guys, please, if you feel like really helping out, come on down to the Berkeley Springs show. It really helps out for them to raise money. Like, fishing is expensive. You got the gas, you got a hotel. And again, we don't live in Alabama where you have 5 lakes next to us. You have to commute everywhere. So that's where that hotel comes in. That's where all those costs come in. So again, I thank you so much for letting us be here. And good luck with everything.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. All right, we're going to do a small little break, guys, and then we're going to be going booth to booth here, talking to the different vendors that are here as well. If you have any questions, please let me know. I do not hear anything. Start talking into it. Can you guys hear this other mic?
Let's go. Can you hear me? Are we on?
Alrighty, guys. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be switching and we're going to be going booth to booth. I'm going to do my best to stay up with all the questions possible. We're going to go to full screen with the Carly Cam. Popsicle Podcast is now going. Carly, stop touching stuff. Perfect. Alrighty. So you guys got any questions? I won't be able to see those. Actually, I will bring my phone. Hey, your phone? Perfect. All right. So 3, 2, 1, and Popsicle Podcast is on. Where's the other popsicle? All right. Thank you so much.
Got me a rod here for that extra reel we got that time.
Oh, fancy. Awesome.
And look at these. You got to see these. I got some micro minis for the pond.
You got some micro minis?
Yeah. Pretty cool, aren't they?
So this guy has a farm just like Clarkson does. All right, we're gonna get going here. We got some work to do. All right. That was. I'm sorry, sir. That was Larry the Legend. He's part of the farm. What?
You're gonna take everybody out.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm trying to think. Where should we start? Actually, so what we could do is let's start. Actually, let's just make it simple. We'll go down this way and then back, this way and back, because I'm gonna be scattered like a brain. Here, so we got this first place right here. Again, guys, we're down at the Berkeley Springs Fishing Expo for the high school kids. Really enjoyed actually talking to that coach because it is so hard to be a high school coach of any sport, let alone fishing, where you have these issues where you don't have a lot of places to fish. So I want to kind of give you a show here of what you can actually go purchase from here and what's available. So hopefully, actually, we have a raffle here. Let's go do the raffle first. Well done. So what do we got going on right here? This is, we're part of the Fishing the DMV. I want you to tell everyone at home what we got going on here.
Basically, this is a raffle for fishing club. We have packages with themes in them, between sporting, package for ladies, and hunting and fishing packages. Plus, we have odd items like fishing poles, a pole, reel, turkey collar, all for raffles. It's one ticket for $1. Or you can get 6 tickets for $5.
Guys, it's $1. What are we going to buy? McDonald's? Get on down here and actually support something. This is absolutely amazing. And then when is the raffle being drawn?
Raffle will be drawn at 4 o'clock at the end of the show.
So we got plenty of time if you want to get on down here to this raffle. We're going to get on to the next booth. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. Let's go on down here. Let's go right here.
Stick in a line.
No, I cannot. I got very ADHD. This is a line. This is a line. We got a lot of stuff doing here. Oh, wow. Dude, look at these. These things are so cool, these old lures like this. Take a look at all these old lures, Carly.
I'd just like to get 2 or 3
These things are so cool.
We had them all.
This is the gentleman who gave me the bait.
Yeah, we got it now. So
something good looking for in there.
You got something good looking. You want to come on the show real quick? Dude, this is all these baits though are just so nice.
Late, aren't I?
Yeah. Mind if we film you?
No.
There he is.
Yeah.
So what do you got? What do you got here? You hold this little popsicle mic here and just tell the people at home who you are.
I'm Norman Smith. Santa Claus, some people call me.
You're making it Christmas early here.
Awesome. Well, hey, we had Christmas in July.
Yeah.
I'm captain in the Berkeley Springs High School fishing team. Like that knucklehead there is. I'm sure he filled you full of crap.
We talked to him.
Just a little bit. He's camera shy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like that.
So what are you selling me on something here? What do you got here?
Well, mostly all bass stuff. A couple things for muskie, and a couple little things for crappie, bluegill. but mainly bass, smallmouth, largemouth.
Guys, this thing is absolutely deadly. You might want to come buy this. The starting price is $1,000, but that one right there is really
That
good.
is a good crankbait.
That one is a really good crankbait. I don't think they make
About
that
8
one
of
anymore.
them.
Really?
Yes.
So, and only one's for sale. So come on down real
I
quickly.
bring one out every year to sell it.
And that's how he's going to retire.
Yep.
Oh, this is really cool. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, you all have a good trip.
Thank you.
Is that who you talking
Yes, this is the one. I was
This is the one.
about? I showed her how to kick your butt.
And then again, guys, come on down to the Fishing Expo. It's here till 4 p.m. Again, comments down below, anything like that. I'll read all the comments, make sure we get to them. There'll be a link in the episode description to everything that we talk about today. And we're just going to keep going from booth to booth to see if anyone wants to talk to us. If not, we'll just show off the baits. What do we got here? Oh, my God, big swim baits. Oh, that's beautiful. Who makes that? Upside down. It's 6 cents? Dude, that is absolutely beautiful. Dude, that thing could probably be good with... This one would definitely be a musky killer, too. Oh, wow. We got the jackhammers, too. That's really cool.
Keep going.
I'm still going. I'm still going. Oh, they got shirts, too, here as well. And then... And we got this guy. We've seen him about 6,000 times. How you been? It's been a while.
I'm well. How are you?
It's doing awesome. I mean, you're not camera shy at all, so I'll just let you take the floor. What do we got going on here?
So I tried to bring mainly things that I do not have on the website.
Okay.
I wanted things that people, if it's named, it is on the website. If it says custom, it is not. So the Whopper Ploppers here, actually, I just had a really good client of mine who does the whole kayak fishing circuit down like in Florida, that area. He just tied this Whopper Plopper on, used nothing else but this Whopper Plopper. It took second place in the tournament.
Dude, that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, I saw that on Facebook. I was like, man, please go to my Google and just put that into the Google review. Just what you just put on Facebook, put it in my Google review, and he did. I sold like 12 of them in like 2 days.
What made you come up with this color, by the way? And then, Carl, if you could pan to that blue one right there.
This one here, honestly, I started thinking, I never see people doing hard baits do things that you see in soft plastics. And black and blue is like a killer soft plastic color. So I was like, okay, so my black and blues are Cincos and the tips are blue, right? Black Cinco, tip blue, with blue flake in it. So I thought I'll do a black body with, blue flake. It's not flake, obviously. And then I actually dye the tails with a Spike It.
That's really cool.
Because if you paint the tails of a Whopper Plopper, the paint will peel off like within 2 fish. It'll just come out. The plastic on the tails of a Whopper Plopper are made of completely different material than the body, and it just won't hold. So I've started dyeing them instead. So you'll see all the Whopper Ploppers I have on my site have some kind of a color to their tail, but it's all dye, so it won't come off. It lasts permanently.
How many? What is your range right now? You said Florida, and look, granted he's going down there, but like, are you getting a lot of out-of-state people now?
I sell more out-of-state than I do in-state.
Really? That's crazy.
Well, it's my website is where I do most of my business, and I market it all across the whole country.
Okay.
Honestly, it was you sitting with you on in your podcast that kind of made me realize I'm not focusing on local waters at all. I should start doing that. So I've got a Lake Frederick Frenzy. I
love that color.
At Jake's 10-year anniversary last year when the guys were there. We asked him what happened to Lake Frederick. It used to be, I don't want to say killer, but it was decent, and now it's hard, right? It's really tough.
Blueback.
And he said blueback. And then I was talking to another guy, and he was telling me that at Lake Frederick, when you get out there in your sonar, there's actually what he assumes is like a creek in the bottom that goes from one fork down and then close to the pier and then up the other fork. And he said when the sun's right and you're standing on that fishing pier, you can see the schools of blueback in that creek go by. There's so many of them, and then you just see the schools of bass chasing them.
Just following
and just crushing them. So what I'm doing with these is I'm going out on Lake Frederick in like a kayak, position yourself over that, and you fish these like a jig. Just drop them straight down because it's so deep, and then just jig them up and let them flutter back down. Okay. Jig them up, and you jig them hard, so when they come up, that vibration is.
That's a really good idea.
And then you just let it flutter like a dying fish. Then boom.
That's a really cool idea. Now, have you ever thought about getting into the saltwater market at all?
I'm working on that now. Yes. Yeah. My parents. I think I've told you about this. My parents 2 years ago moved to Panama. And so we go to visit them all the time.
That's so cool.
And every time I go there, because it's so cheap, like I can go out for an entire day and catch 40 pounds of tuna, and the boat can charge us like $120 for the day. Everything's cheap there. So I go out like 3-4 days in a row, and I paint baits and I test them on the boats with these captains in Panama, and then I just give them to them when I leave, like, hey, thanks. And so, yeah, I am working on that. I want to get into saltwater. Actually, my heart is saltwater. Please don't stop buying my bass lures.
Yeah.
But my passion is I love saltwater fishing so much.
Who's more anal with paint jobs? Is it the saltwater market or the bass market?
Definitely the bass market.
Yeah.
Definitely the bass market. Saltwater, a lot of it is so high speed. Color's not that crucial.
Really?
It's more about profile, in my opinion. There's probably saltwater guys out there. He don't know what he's talking about. Maybe I don't. But to me, when you're trolling at 4, 5, 6 knots versus, when we troll here, it's 2 or 3 maybe. It's just freshwater. You typically troll at a slower speed than you do saltwater, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay,
and if you're pulling that bait through the water so fast, especially if it's got any kind of a bill and it's kicking, detail is lost. There's no way those fish are seeing detail. They're going to see overall color, right? And a lot of the guys that I paint for down there, those captains, they're like, look, your patterns are awesome, but I don't care about the pattern. I just want one that's pink, or I want one that's blue. Like the overall color.
It's gotta be sad too to an extent.
It is a little sad, and they don't tell me not to do it. They're like, no,
Yeah.
this is great, but the fish are never going to see that.
Yeah.
Like I just as long as it's pink, because I always go, okay, well, what about this? And they're like, no, I don't care about that. Just make it pink. So I'm kind of adding that with their many years of experience and just my limited experience, and I think it's more about the profile than it is about the color. Honestly, in my personal opinion, I feel that way about bass too.
Pretty much.
And I'm a painter, so that sucks for me. I want it to be about color. I want color to be the most important thing, but it's not. It's the profile of the bait is definitely the most important thing, I think. But what's new for me, I'm actually designing my own lures now. I haven't put any out yet. I'm in the process of designing them. I'm doing resin baits. I'm making like silicone molds, masters, and just pumping out like Buka. That was my inspiration. I'm not like Buka. No, calm down. I haven't even made a bait yet, but that was my inspiration. Like somebody to start making and pouring their own resin, like swim baits and glide. I'm going to start doing that.
So do you have like an iPhone release date in mind, so to speak, for your first one? 2024, 2025?
It will definitely be this fall.
Oh, okay.
I'll have one this fall.
Okay, so then
For sure.
guys, definitely stay tuned for that. Again, Bent Rod Fishing, guys. I mean, you know him. He's been on the show a couple of times. I love your new logo, by the way. I love this thing. I don't think I saw it last time or not, but it looks banging.
I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And then, guys, again, if there's any comments down below, eventually I'll look at them and find them, and I'll make sure I get back to that. That'd be important. So, let's just keep on moving on. If you guys want us to come on back to this booth and ask a question, let me know in the comment section, and we'll do that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it. Would you like to come on the show by chance? Alrighty. So, just tell the people at home who you are and what you got here.
So I am Creature Custom Baits. So I make pretty much everything from glide baits to top waters to jerk baits, everything in between. Some of my earlier stuff I've definitely improved. I've only been doing it for about a year and a half. Just trying to fill my tackle box with stuff that, maybe there's not this perfect bait at Bass Pro that you like, and I'm just trying to kind of fill that void of something's missing. So I'm just trying to kind of fill my own tackle box as well as others. And the first thing you got to really learn is that people buy with their eyes. So they see something that they like. That's why I add color splashes, add different translucent colors, stuff that's eye-catching that still will work. I don't want to be over the top and be too gaudy with stuff, but I want to make it so people look at it and they're like, oh, that looks nice. It also works to catch fish.
It's so funny because, in a good way, when we were at the Richmond Expo, there was this guy that he basically handcrafted baits that were not actually technically meant to be thrown. They're just art. And it made me really, and Carla, you know what I'm talking about too, that guy. It really made me think this is almost it's almost on the fringe of, do you fish it or you put it on your fireplace? Because the colors are so cool.
That's my issue too, is I find a bait and I'm like, man, I really love this bait. And I don't really want to lose it to a tree, but at the same time, if you don't fish confident, you don't like the baits that you throw, you're not going to catch as many fish.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I found. If I'm like, oh, I know this bait's going to catch fish. It looks really good. I love the way it looks. Just a better overall experience for everybody.
So what is your favorite one that you've ever painted?
My new favorite are probably these ones, the chartreuse pearl.
That actually looks really cool.
Just a nice simple pattern that I just added a black splatter to, and it just makes the bait pop a lot.
Dude, that thing's freaking amazing. And then again, like, oh wow, let's look at these two, Carly. Panning at these glide baits are beautiful.
Yeah, so glide baits are really where you start hitting that wall of art. You know, you
Yeah.
see baits that sell for $150, and I'm not at that point yet. Not saying my baits are the greatest of all time, but I'd like to get to that point where maybe I specialize in glide baits and do sell pieces of art. But right now I'm using these mainly the trout for lakes they stock with trout when they stock the small ones. Some of the largemouth really feed on those added forage to those lakes. So.
And then, guys, Halleckers, if you ever saw a Hallecker drop it, when he was stocking trout, I think it was in Clearbrook, he had a bass come up and absolutely just engulf a trout there. So getting a glide bait with that perfect trout pattern will get you fish in the right circumstance. And then again, so if people wanted to buy your product, where can they do that?
So actually on my business cards, I have it where you can just scan the code, and it takes you right to my Etsy page. I'm also on Facebook and Instagram, so anywhere.
So Facebook, Etsy, and what was the other one? Instagram?
Yep.
Facebook, Etsy, and Instagram, guys. Creature Baits. Really give them a like. Go check them out and try to get some of this stuff because it's, damn, dude, it's beautiful. But yeah, thank you so much, and then good luck today.
Thanks, sir.
Absolutely. So, guys, this is absolutely amazing today. I'm going to have to say hello to him, the man, the myth, the legend, Dead Drift. So, are we allowed to film you? Are you okay? You seem kind of busy now with all your followers here, dude. So, Jared just talks ad nauseum, right, Carly, about all the baits that you make. And you went to a show, I believe, what was it, like 3 weeks ago? It was like a fly and tie, right?
In Doswell?
Yeah. Talk about that a little bit. I wasn't there for that conversation, so what happened?
It's pretty cool. I had to set up just like this. I made, I would say, a really good amount of money. I met a lot of people that I look up to, and I got to tie with Braden Miller at Norvice.
Really?
Ended up getting a Norvice, and now I'm on the junior team with Norvice. I'm a junior team member with Norvice.
Dude, congratulations. That's awesome.
Thank you.
So was it just fly fishing, or like what was this expo thing that you went to?
It was a fly fishing and wine festival, so...
Hey, get them drunk and they buy more. I like it. Okay, cool.
So there's guiding services there, trying to get people to go on the guiding trips, people selling flies, people selling fly tying materials, fly rods, fly reels, everything you could think of. And then, of course, there's the wine and all that stuff. I didn't really...
What was your coolest experience there? What was the thing that you geeked out about the most?
Just meeting all the people at Norvice and Braden Miller. It's just someone I really looked up to, and it's just really cool to meet the people you look up to and talk to them in real life and have conversations with them about fly tying and what they like to fish for and all that type of stuff.
And then, guys, we will definitely get him on the show again when we don't have so much going on and he's not signing autographs and trying to sell baits. We'll get him on at Jake's at some point. But this guy is an amazing fly tyer. Carly has already panned over some of his baits here. But what is one that you really are just absolutely, every time you look at it, like, I can't believe I tied that?
Game changers. I mean, I don't know. It's just when I go and fly fish with these and I just see the action in the water, it looks just like a real bait fish. And just seeing it in the water, and it looks so realistic, and it doesn't look like something you could make. It just looks so like a bait fish in the water when it gets wet. It moves side to side, really thin profile. It pushes the water so the tail moves like this, and it's just really cool. Use a hen saddle on here, hen saddle like this from a chicken. I have, as you can see, a little too many of them. I got a little obsession.
So we do have a question from Scott, and then, guys, I'm using my wife's phone to be able to look at the comment section. Scott wants to know, what is one the good fly to get into for smallmouth fishing?
Oh, game changers, feather game changers. This is like my number one option. I would say more into like the tan colors. Here's a bigger one that I'm gonna fish for smallmouth this year. The swing and D patterns, pretty thin and have a foam head. They dive down super deep in the water and float back up. They're pretty cool. By Mike Schultz at Schultz Outfitters in Michigan.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
How do you so with fly tying, like with making a crankbait, there's a generic design for some of these things where, whether it's a dryad, nymph, something like that, but then the art part comes in. Do you ever go mad scientist with some of this stuff?
I've tried. I've tried to create my own patterns, like seeing Blaine Chocolate, who created the Game Changers, just like how famous he got into the fly tying and fly fishing world. I want to be like that someday, so I'm kind of working on a fly pattern that like walks the dog, like here to side to side.
That would be really cool.
Yeah. It's almost there. It doesn't do it as much as I would want it to, so I'm still working on it, but hopefully it'll get there one day.
Well, Dead Drift, again, the legend. We're going to have him back on the show at Jake's Bait and Tackle for a better sit down when Jared's available. I think he's at Lake Anna fishing somewhere.
Yeah.
But it was really awesome to meet you. Oh, let's bump. Don't put a hook in your mouth. And then, guys, if you want to come on to. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Where can they buy your baits if they're not here?
Jake's Bait and Tackle. We're working on putting some more in the shop, but right now I sell some hoppers, and I did sell some Game Changers. They all sold. I'd probably get some more in the shop, but overall, just go to Jake's, buy some stuff, go look at my flies, buy one or two, so I can tie some more for the shop.
And then do you also have an Instagram or YouTube or any social media?
Dedra Fishing on Instagram and YouTube.
Awesome. There you guys have it. The man, the myth, the legend. We'll definitely see him around, sir. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I'll take that thing. And then good luck selling more baits. Guys, that's so cool. And this was so, like, Carly, when we talked about this too, and I'm going to have you here, the difference between, like, art and stuff, because you like to paint.
Do I? Yes, I do.
No, it's just interesting because, like, I would want your perspective. Like, when you look at these flies and stuff, and you can pivot around if you want to, like, this is art, though, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I love the color combinations of everything. I would have to say that my favorite is probably the little ones that look like a frog. I panned in those real close right away. They're just so cute with their little legs. I would really like to see how they work in the water,
some
to
of
be
this stuff
honest.
is like I just would actually pay just to watch you make it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And while drinking a Chardonnay, which
They're
is probably
so
that's capitalism
well,
right there.
that's why it was,
Yeah, that's a
the
smart
wine
idea.
festival.
I guess we gotta go down this way now, right? Yep.
Yes.
Go this way, and then we'll come back
Okay.
through. Okay, cool.
Good call.
What do we got here? Sir, do you mind being filmed for Fishing the DMV? Okay, cool. There you go, right there. All right, so yeah, tell us about your booth.
We're Blazer Baits. We're out of Cranberry Township, Pennsylvania. It's about 20 minutes up from north of Pittsburgh.
Oh, wow.
Just about an hour and a half below Erie.
Okay.
This is Eddy. He's an ambassador for us and does a lot of the testing for this region, which is Maryland, Virginia, and West Virginia. So he's had all of these lures through his hands and then some. And the ones he's blessed that work in this area, we roll with, and the ones that don't, we go back to the drawing board on, figure it out. So we're a little bit different than most lure companies in general. I don't design anything. Nothing we design is to look good, to look cool. It's strictly to catch fish. It's the only thing we sell. It's been proven to catch fish throughout the country. We have different guys at different levels throughout the country that do test our lures for me. And when they're all on the same page, we sell it.
So,
in case with him though, I'm making it because I'm local. I'm from this area. If he's out on the Shenandoah and he's telling me this is it, then we roll with it. Plus, he sends me pictures of all the fish. He's got the first day he tested that one. He caught a 5-pound smallmouth with a muskie or a catfish hanging out of its mouth. He's got a picture of it.
That's insane. That fish is hungry.
Yes.
So then, what right now, if you're going to fish the Shenandoah or the Upper Potomac right now, what's some generic stuff that they should come down here and buy from your store?
There you go, Bill.
I would buy the suspending jerkbait.
It's a really nice color too. God, that's pretty.
Yep, holographic side. The hybrid jerkbait right here, that's the one Jeremy was telling you about with the smallmouth that was really hungry. And believe this crankbait right here, you probably, if you looked at it, you wouldn't buy it, but if you fished it, you would buy a couple because it really works.
I like the thickness of it too.
Yeah, it's a flat-sided square bill. It's got really crazy action, but I don't know why.
He's come up with a technique that is not anything I would have thought of using. But he's catching 4 and 5 pound smallmouth in 39-degree water with that crankbait.
Yeah. Wow. And I would have, before this year, when he sent this to me to test, I would have never fished this bait in that condition. But I was going to test it because I told him I was going to test it. I didn't believe in it, but I threw it, and it worked. And now I believe in it, and I have a bunch of them.
So how long does it go from testing to like, okay, I want to sell this? Like, how long is that process?
It's usually, for instance, this suspending jerkbait that we now brought on performs really, really well. The body itself, the design is perfect. What's not is I don't know which patterns are going to be effective. So a lot of guys have come through here wanting to buy these, but I haven't even tested them yet. So Mr. Eddy gets to leave with those to see how well they perform here.
Good for Eddy.
And if they do perform well, then I'll release them in this area, and with his blessing on it that they work. Again, there's a couple different, there's a primary industry in fishing lures, and that's to catch fish with it. And we want to be different. I don't care how great they look or how beautiful. I want them to last, be quality, and catch fish, more importantly.
That's awesome. And then if people want to buy them, where can they?
They can go to blazerbaits.com.
Blazerbaits.com. Okay.
You can go to Facebook, Blazerbaits. You can pick up the phone and call me. You can find Eddy. But yeah, we're available online.
That's awesome.
We've almost got we've almost sold in every state of the United States. We're missing 4 states, Alaska and Hawaii being 2 of the 4. We've sold in Canada and we're selling in Mexico.
Wow, that's freaking awesome. Congratulations.
The other issue too is you'll go to our website and you're not going to see like 40 different color patterns for one crank. And for instance, in this one here, in my OSPs, I only offer 3 patterns. You don't need it. I mean, when it's time to throw that lure, those are the 3 colors you need. That's it.
I do like that blue. I really wish more companies got that bandwagon of darker colored like hard baits, because it can work.
It does work.
Yeah.
This is the same pattern. This is we now come out with this one in a deeper diving unit one, and it's this one right here.
This is basically covers a 4 to 7 foot range.
Okay, that was my next question.
This is a really good depth for the rivers, local rivers.
Yeah. So 4 to 7 foot range, guys. To make sure we got that on audio.
4 to 7 foot. Yeah.
And then we'll have another version that will go 11 to 14 feet.
And then this is like a hybrid of a flat side and then more of a wide wobble.
It's
correct?
very similar to a dual realist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dual realist, guys.
Dual realist. Yep.
No, that is so
very
cool.
comparable to that.
Cast like a dream too.
It does
like
look
a bullet. It's aerodynamic cast really well.
The other thing to
really good in rock and wood,
separate ourselves from like the blank guys that paint, I'll get a lure in. Like this is what we call our speed shad. And when I first got this, it was nothing more than a small crankbait that just floats, and it would go down to like 3 foot. I've modified this now to where we can get this thing to go down to 5 feet.
Damn.
It also suspends, so you can work it like a jerk bait. Like when you look at this, you don't think much about this. This is I catch 10, 12, 15 pound hybrids up on Shenango Lake in Pennsylvania with this.
Wow.
It's a devastating bait. They hate it, and that's what we're after is we want to provoke the strike. We want reactionary strikes, not when they're hungry and they're just out feeding. I mean, we'll take it, but the primary thing is I want them to hate the lure so much that they got to hit it. That's, I think, is part of what separates us from the rest of the lure companies out there.
That's really cool. And then, guys, again, link in the episode description, Blazer Baits, website, Facebook, follow on social media. Again, leave me a comment. I'm going to go through the comments. If there's a specific comment for a specific booth, I'll go back to the booth to make sure that question gets answered. And then we're going to keep on moving on. Hi, bud.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good to see you, boss. All right, and then we are still moving. And then Chris Kendrick. Chris was here. Where's Chris?
We're in corner.
Oh.
We gotta work to get to Chris.
Got so much to do. Jared, if you're watching this, why did you leave me?
The other thing that we do, we sponsor patterns and designs.
Some great deals over here, guys. If you live anywhere close to Berkeley Springs High School out here in West Virginia, you still have time to make it out. I'm pretty sure it shuts down today at 4 o'clock. It is noonish now, and the prices are awesome. Lots of great people to talk to. If you don't know how to fish a bait, they'll tell you how to do it. They'll tell you how to be successful over here, and I'm just telling you that from experience. Every booth I go to, somebody wants to tell me how to fish something different. So I'm learning a lot today.
Yeah, and then reach out to me sometime. We could do a more in-depth interview.
Awesome. You have information.
Yeah, Fishing the DMV. Just type it in. You can QR code it right there. Is our big booth.
Oh, gotcha.
You can find it. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. And they're busy there, and then they're talking. But so let's just go right over here. Let's ask these. Is it okay if we interview your booth? Is that okay? So, all right. So yeah, tell us what we got going on right here.
Rustler rods. I'm Charlie Rustler. Custom build them however you want. These are my personal rods. This is what I have for sale here now. A lot of this is North Fork composite blanks. Gary Lemus's new company after he sold G. Lemus.
Oh, okay.
That's what I've gone to for most of my stuff. I have some MMA check stuff from my older stuff over there. And there's one Hydra in there, I believe. But again, I can build on whatever blank is out there that's available.
How long does it take you from or if I want to purchase a rod, like how long does it take you really to make one of these things? It looks like it takes a lot of work.
It's not a ton of work. The biggest time for me is the time it is for them to get the materials to me. So I can usually put them together in 2 or 3 days, and a lot of that's dry time on your finish and glue.
Okay. Oh wow. So what is like the hottest rod right now to be able to get right now for this area of the country?
For this particular area, tube rod would probably be about your go-to. At least it would be my go-to.
Do you have a tube rod here that we could look at?
You sure?
Oh wow. Yeah, and just tell the folks at home like what we're dealing with here.
This is a North Fork composite X-ray blank, 7 2 inch. I would classify it as medium heavy. They classify it as a medium. It's a little stouter than that.
Yeah, that feels pretty good.
Which I like for my tubes because I throw the 604 Gamakatsu in my tube hook. So it's a little stouter hook, so you need a little better tip to get that through a fish.
What kind of ring are these? Gamakatsus?
These are Hydras.
These are Hydras? Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, that is a beautiful rod. And then if people would like to order a rod from you, if they can't get here today, do you have a website or do you have Facebook or anything like that, or where can they find it?
You have to get in touch with me.
Okay.
I have personal Facebook, Charlie Rustler, or Dub V Fishing.
Dub V Fishing or Charles Russell Facebook, guys. You can message them there to try to get one of these rods if you can't get here today. They're absolutely beautiful. And then he's going to be here the rest of the day. Is there anything else that you'd like to tell the people at home?
No, I think we covered it all.
All right, awesome. Well, yeah, thank you so much for letting us video you. Appreciate it. All right, and we are still moving. Let us go on down this way. We are moving on. Got to get on down this way here. Oh, yeah, no one probably wants to see my back. Actually, let me check the comment sections, too, to see if there's... Sorry, so he's got some questions. Jerry wins. No, they're not open tomorrow. They're only open today up until 4 p.m. And again, I will try to, if I don't link it, I'll make sure everyone mentions on the live stream if they have a website or a place that you can contact them. But no, they're only open today. Is it okay if we film you guys? Absolutely. Okay, well, there you go.
Right.
So, yeah, just tell us what we got going on here.
All right, so we're a husband and wife team. I started this business probably 8 years ago doing primarily hard baits, all bass, Got my wife involved probably after about a year of doing, so she airbrushes too. We do a variety of everything. We started out with hard baits. Then we started over doing soft plastics.
Oh, wow.
We run a full line of micro baits for panfish, trout, crappie.
Oh, that is so cool.
We just introduced for the show today our hollow belly frogs.
Oh, nice.
They're new for us today. We do a full line of spinner baits, buzz baits, Ned heads. If it can be made for panfish or bass, we pretty much carry.
And what I really love about this frog, for you snakehead guys, here's another frog to think about. It's a little bit more like finessey, it looks like, so that'd be fantastic for those highly pressured snakeheads. I think, Carly, I think you probably already got a picture of this. This is the crappie section and trout section. You know, Conica jig, all the trout stocking areas. This would be a great idea.
Bit of what we do. So we have a small shop in Williamsport. Like I said, it's husband and wife, and we hand make everything you see here.
This is so cool. And then if people aren't here today, but they really want to buy from you, where can they go?
We have a website. It's Custom Baits by OverloadedOutdoors.com. You can find us on Facebook at Custom Baits by OverloadedOutdoors.com, and then on Instagram at Overloaded Outdoors.
Overloaded Outdoors.
And then we have a small shop in Williamsport, Maryland, 36 North Conica Jig Street.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so then guys, actually that's like next to our house, so we'll definitely try to stop back in there and get some video too. That's really cool. And then, yeah, if you guys can't get here, link in the episode description. Try to follow them on Facebook and Instagram as well.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And like I said, we do custom collars, so repaint, so if you don't see it, and we can get it or match it, we will.
Good deal. All right, thank you so much. Okay, so you find out like people like so close to us. Mm-hmm.
Right, that's all my cash.
So much stuff. Oh, we just keep moving. We keep just going step by step down. And they get to I'm just looking. Got a lot of baits. Look at all these striking jerk baits. What is your favorite color jerk bait, everyone? The people that are watching, what would you actually like to see on the show? Reseal. What is this? Warning mint. That is so cool.
No. You got a card though?
Lamb's baits.
No, I do purchase online. I belong to.
Guys, look at these colors. These are Lamb's custom baits right here. These are some beautiful Ned Rig style baits right here. This is really cool. I love this color. Let me check, guys. I'm gonna check the phone again to make sure I didn't miss a message from you.
Two chatterbaits, two weedless, and then 3 packs of fire frogs.
All right, awesome. We got a lot of people watching too. That's fantastic. No, these are actually some really cool baits. I love. Oh, they got crappie baits here too. Look at these little things.
Get me on there. What's your channel?
Fishing the DMV.
Fishing the DMV. I YouTube you.
Oh, you do? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm in Harper's Ferry, so.
Oh, you are? Okay.
So Potomac, Shenandoah, and then I'm the VA. I'm going to do Lake Anna.
Oh, you
on
are?
Monday. I'm going to take all day off and do Lake Anna and cold. So
There's-
but the wind's finally going to die.
They're smoking them right now at Lake Anna right now. The Dirty 30 just broke, I think, there this past winter.
Good.
But yeah, no, dude, so nice to see you. I
Yeah,
really appreciate
absolutely.
it.
I like you guys' channel.
Thank you. So I think, should we get someone to talk about these? These are really, I like these. These are really cool. So Lamb baits, Lamb's custom baits. These are some nice little crappie baits. It's so cool to also have some like local crappie baits too as well. And those grubs. Is this? Oh, all you gotta do is you got a website, or how do people find your stuff?
I don't have a website or anything right now.
Okay. So this is Lamb's Custom Baits. If people aren't here but they wanted to get some of these things, how do they get in contact with you to buy them?
Lamb's Custom Baits on my email.
Okay.
lambscustombaits@gmail.com.
So lambscustombaits@gmail.com, because I haven't seen a lot of crappie baits here either, and I think that's really neat that you. Why did you go that way with getting these smaller baits?
Because I crappie fish a lot, and those are the baits I was using a lot of those, so I just went ahead and bought some old and started selling some of them too.
That's fantastic. So then, that actually work here too. Then guys, I'll put this on got it right there. I'll try to tag this also in the episode description for the re-upload. Yeah, that'd probably be better. If people wanted to actually crappie fish around here without giving up the juice, is there any place that they can locally go?
Well, here in West Virginia, I'm not sure about. I'm out of the front roll, but for the front roll area, Virginia, I like Shenandoah River or Lake Anna.
Lake Anna, yeah. I was going to say Lake Frederick, but I think there's only one in there.
Yeah, Lake Frederick is a tough one to fish.
That's so hard.
Yeah.
But I remember as a kid, apparently there used to be a lot more crappie in there. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, it's still a good lake, but it's tough.
What colors, if people want to get into crappie, they had to pick one color. What would your favorite color be for crappie fishing?
Would be this color right here, the shad color.
Ooh. That one's really nice. And what size head would you recommend them buying for it?
Fairly small, 8th maybe or so.
1/8 ounce?
Around that area, yeah.
Okay, awesome. And then, guys, it's Lamb's Custom Baits. If you're here, we're going to be here till 4 p.m. You can come on and buy a couple of them, but then also you can email him. That's going to be in the episode description as well. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. What have we got here? Some beautiful rods, some reels. There's a lot of Williamsport companies, more Williamsport companies than I thought.
Yeah, that's a carpet and goldfish mixed together. They come out of Arkansas.
Now, for $20, you'll eat that raw.
How much? 20?
$20?
You're making money. $20.
$20.
$20. I'll probably swallow a hole for $20.
Ah.
Come on, I'll give you 20 if you do it.
Huh?
I'll give you 20.
I will gag, though. I don't know.
You want to see one of the boys on the fishing team to do it? How about
Yes. Let's get one of the boys on the fishing team to do it.
Get them to do it. There's $20. I'll give them 20. That's a golden shiner. Oh my gosh!
This is the most action we've had on live stream.
$20.
$20 if you eat it whole.
$20.
No drink. Sushi. It's sushi. No, you don't have to chew it. You can do it for the TikTok. Oh my God! Ow!
$20. How'd that taste? There you go. You're easy. Now it's your turn. Give me a drink.
Oh, no.
That's smooth and fresh. It just come out tastes smooth and fresh.
He's.
I've got to change the name on my shirt. You got me come and get the minute. Look at my back of my shirt. Said, come and get the one. Come and get the minute.
Yeah. So, okay, get the deeds. Where are you from? What you do?
Winsport Hardware and Tackle Shop. That's my grandson, anyways. Why
Okay, that makes sense.
I think you guys were scammed.
It's like you just got a random dude just to
No, he'll eat anything, but we sell mainly live bait. They all come from Arkansas, shipped in overnight. Black salty is a carpet goldfish mixed together. They got a patent on the fish.
Oh wow!
And then the golden shiners come from there, all farm raised.
When do you usually get them in? Like, is it because we're March right now?
I'll get them all year.
Oh, you get them all year? Okay.
I'll stop getting the shiners in June because the hot weather kills that shiner. Now these over here, the black salties, they'll live out of the water probably 5 or 6 hours. They'll go freshwater or saltwater. That's a carpet and goldfish mixed together. See how when you turn him this way, he's black on top, and see how he turns. It's awesome. I get him this big.
Oh wow!
He won't eat that one, will he?
No.
How much your time?
No.
So what if someone wanted to go to your store? What's the best bait to buy right now?
These are crappie and trout. They're golden shiners. They're crappie and crap. I'll sell them $5 a dozen, $10 a dozen. And like I say, the bigger they are, the more.
So bigger for the flathead catfish type of vibe.
Yeah,
You're gonna go that.
And the musky guys, they want them like that.
Okay.
You only need one like that. $1.25 a piece.
How many of the big ones do you sell per? Do you sell them per fish or a dozen
I
or
can't tell
like?
you how many I sold last year.
Really? Wow, that's crazy. A lot.
I don't know what to say. Because then somebody want to get my business. A lot.
A lot. Yeah, that's the scientific
I've been
answer.
doing 7 years. And I got the same customers and the same vendors from 7 years ago.
That's awesome. So if people wanted to actually get in contact with you, where do you have a website or where can they go?
Right there I am. Williamsport Hardware and Tackle. Gmail.com. Facebook. If you want to come and get the worm, you can eat the worm too.
Awesome. That's your tagline.
When you come in, how's that?
All right, let's keep on going. Should we go this way now? Since we're right next to Chris?
Yeah.
All right, so we are here with Davey Height's best friend in the world. I know. We should watch him be a salesman. This is Elon Musk 2.0. We got Jason here.
How you doing?
Doing great. Tell him who you are.
I'm Jason. My son JJ. He's 6. He makes spinnerbait skirts and textured jig skirts. And I'm hoping to branch out. Just got him into it a couple weeks ago. So
That is really cool. And I also love all these, could we talk about these Panther Martin type of things? This is really cool.
yeah, we didn't make those, but I got those in a deal. I was buying a fishing rod and it came with some tackle. So just trying to appeal to everyone, trout fishermen, everyone. So.
That is really cool, and I love all these skirt colors that you guys have here. This is amazing. And then, if people wanted to get in contact with you to get these, and they can't get to the show today, where can they go?
We're hoping to be selling them at Jake's eventually, but Chris Tedder got my boy into it, CT Customs, so he kind of piqued his interest. So
Awesome.
We're also
awesome.
selling a couple bait cast combos here.
Okay, some bait cast and a boat apparently.
Yeah, that's Chris's boat. But
Wait, he's selling his boat?
It's a pedal boat. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Well, then that's awesome. And then, definitely, guys, come check him out. This is awesome. Getting that custom skirt is really how you get it to the next level there.
Yeah, some of these are textured, make it more like a leg lip one. So
I like that.
We mix those in, custom colors.
Dude,
made by a 6-year-old. So
that's so cool. That's really cool. Well, thank you so much,
for having
sir.
us.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it. Alrighty.
Chris, got
Now, he's a busy man right now. I mean, he's selling stuff left and right.
Huh?
What's up, guys?
So we are here with the legend. Carly, come on over here. So, how was the vacation with Davey Height?
Yeah, right.
So this guy has actually. We could break some news. You got something new in, and it makes you the only person. We're gonna just say in the East Coast that does it. Tell us, what do we got?
1 ounce spinner baits.
We have a 1 ounce river spinnerbait. I've heard people been talking about this, that they want a heavier spinnerbait for that when you have that higher flow, when that current starts ripping. And we finally have it. This thing right here, you can start throwing, guys, when the water level starts rising on the Shenandoah, the Potomac River, when you're fishing that, and you want to get this thing down to stay on the bottom. If you're fishing a lake and you want to fish, 20 plus feet of water, but you want to still have bottom contact, there you go. Because here's the thing. When you're throwing a willow or a Colorado blade, there's different vibration. No shit. But when you're throwing like a big Colorado, it's hard to keep that thing on the bottom with a lighter head. It's going to want to really come up off the ground. Am I right there? I'm not the spinnerbait aficionado.
No, that is true.
So heavier bait keeps it down like this. And having this 1 ouncer like this thing right here, you're going to be able to fish that higher current water flow without any issue. This is going to be huge this year for me on the river when I start fishing kayak tournaments, if I'm allowed to. So this is absolutely awesome. What else you got going on here? And I love this wood. I love this display, by the way.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I could do them in all my normal colors. The bluegill color from Richmond, the black, if anybody wanted them, I could do. Normally don't paint the heads, but I started a little bit like for the.
That looks cool. I like that
black one for Lake Holiday, and that was a Jared Mount special there. So.
Really, Jared? If you're watching that, you're in a tournament, but yeah, that's for you, bud.
That's the Jared.
That's so freaking cool. And then
I came up with a new bleeding gill color too. I just realized I didn't have any of them sitting out. I had to get that out, but
That's so cool. Oh, and so have you shown the marketplace that bait yet, or is this the first time?
First time
the
right
big
now.
ones, right now.
Right now. I was hoping you guys would come around. I haven't had a chance to leave the table. We've been pretty steady busy today, so that's good. I'm happy
So
with
when are you
it.
gonna start hiring out new help? Apparently, you have this kid working for you now too. Is he your apprentice?
He's not my apprentice. He just does it on his own because he likes to do it. He's crazy about fishing like I was when I was a kid and still now. So
Now, sir, would you like to come on the show?
you want to be on Fishing the DMV?
You don't have to if you don't want to. No problem
He's
at
being
all.
shy. He's been talking all day, and now he don't want to talk in front of anybody.
This is so cool. And then, guys, again, he makes some fantastic custom spinner baits. It's really that War Eagle vibe, that design to it, which is fantastic. So if you guys fish the War
Hold
Eagle,
this a second. I got another color I got to set out. I'll show you. It's just brand new.
we got a new release. This is all about the new stuff here. It's absolutely crazy. We got whatever this thing is. Used skirt anchor. What is that thing?
There's no R. It's
Used
kit.
Anchor. Used stickit. Stickite. Oh, do you have those copper underpins too? Do you have a chance to work on them?
I just have those right now. This is just an example. I have some in the mag willer too, but there's an example in my new one.
Guys, look at that. On my white shirt, behind my white shirt. There you go, like a backdrop.
I could do them in all the different sizes, everything that I normally do. I want to see if I thought I had one that was a mag willer too.
And then, guys, you can get your underspin baits here. I'll definitely be coming back here before I leave to buy a bunch of these.
I appreciate
Those screw locks are absolutely imperative on the river, especially when you're trying to get the bite. And the other thing is like the Ned rigs, guys. Try to get these Ned rigs either in gold or copper, and you can screw that into the back of your Ned rig, and it can get you a couple extra bites. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff.
I appreciate you guys
No.
having me again. Thank you.
Absolutely, as always, sir. I will be back here
Appreciate ya.
once we're done doing all this. See ya. Where do we go next? I forget. Those old men. We gotta go this way and then that way.
I'm gonna go this way and then that way.
Yeah, right? Because he's gone. No, you're not gonna have to talk. You're fine. What restaurants are around here?
I hear there's a fantastic Mexican restaurant right across the street from the little theater. You know, where we went to see Batman?
Yeah, let us know in the oh my God, we had close to 25 people watching for Chris.
Yeah.
Chris is like a legend now. It'd be hilarious.
When-
It'd be a funny thing if he retires like a spinnerbait mogul.
Yeah.
And we knew him before.
knew
Let's
him
see.
when.
Are they open tomorrow? No, they are not open tomorrow. Guys, let me know in the comment section below if there's anything you want to see again. And I'm going to do my best to try to link some stuff, but be with me if I don't. This guy's selling guns? What is this thing?
Bullets. I don't see any guns,
That's a 12. That's a boom boom shell.
but I see bullets.
I love collecting some of these old baits.
Look at these.
I think we missed a couple of booths. We gotta get these people behind us,
Okay.
and then these people here. But we're halfway through, guys. This is actually the first time. Also, by the way, this is our 1 year anniversary of actually doing this stuff on the road. Popsicle Podcast is 1 year old. We've gotten better in some regards, and this is the first time I think we've actually finally gone booth to booth on every booth, which is impressive. No, we will not do this at ICAST because we'd be there forever. forever. May we talk about your stuff here? What do you got here?
Fishing lures, fishing tackle.
That kind of looks about like, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got a little bit rod reels, this, that, and the other, whatever.
I love this stuff right here. What is that?
These are jitterbugs, made by Arbogast.
Oh, those are like the real stuff. Wow.
This is real stuff, yes.
What's your favorite bait here that you guys have?
This is my son's, but I collect the Arbogast, and I probably have 500 of them at home.
Oh, wow.
I just bought a few here. just to bring them up to show. This is my surplus.
Your surplus?
Yeah. This is stuff I don't keep, you know.
That's crazy.
I got some old ones at home that go back to 1900s.
Really?
Wood, whatever.
That's, dude, that's awesome. Well, again, yeah, thank you so much for being here, guys. Come on down to this show and booth. What?
This is our third year down here.
This is your third year?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We was here last year, but snow was not too good last year.
It was not ideal.
We got a great year this year.
Yeah, we got a really good crowd, a good turnout. And again, guys, come on down, grab some of these jitterbugs here. It's absolutely amazing. Come talk to this legend, get his autograph. So I'll be back. See you. All right, let's get this side, I guess, and we can go back over there. We gotta get these guys and then these guys. So we'll start here and then work back. Yeah. Take a minute. Make sure don't choke. I'm doing wonderful, sir. So yeah, what do we got here besides some amazing jigs? What's going on?
All handmade. Everything's handmade. We got hair jigs. We have rubber jigs, marabou jigs, chatter baits, swim baits.
Where do you get all this marabou from? Unless you go hunting yourself up there, like.
No, I have suppliers that I get my stuff from. That's all deer hair. That's all body hair. These are made with deer tail.
So, to people like me that are incompetent and don't understand what's going on here, why would you go with a deer versus a caribou versus what is there?
These are all white tail here. I don't have any caribou or anything, but a deer hair is actually hollow on the inside. So when you cut it and you tie it off on the end, you trap the air up inside of here and you get your buoyancy out of your hair.
Making sure I heard that. You said it's hollow?
It's a hollow.
Really?
Hair. And when you cut it, you tie it off here and you trap the air up inside here and you get your buoyancy out of it. A lot of people don't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yep, it would get a little bit of your flare. Marabou, on the other hand, it's live pulsation action underwater.
Why does it do that? It's so weird.
It's just the way the marabou is on that.
So what is with it and these hair? And like for people that don't know at home, why are hair jigs so deadly effective in the wintertime? Smallmouth, it's like peanut butter and jelly.
Well, peanut butter and jelly is a good color.
That too.
I mean, we actually have peanut butter and jelly here. It's just the style of the hair and everything represents a smaller profile, like a crawfish, and that represents you represent your hatch, and you match the bait with what is in the area, and this fits the profile of a crayfish. That's what these mostly represent. Because you could tip these with a little pork trailer on behind.
Oh wow!
Give you kind of like your pincher action. A lot of people fish these by themselves. I actually personally I throw a pork trailer behind it or a rubber Zoom tiny chunk.
Okay, that's a good call.
And you can dip these with a live leech for these walleye jigs.
And then if people had to pick one weight to get, what would be the best weight for someone to start out with this?
3/16.
3/16.
Is a good versatile bait.
Combo wise.
Collar wise or
like line rod size.
Oh yeah, spinning rod, definitely spinning rod. We want a medium to a medium heavy.
Medium heavy. Okay.
6 to 7 foot rod. You want to throw anywhere from 8 to 10 pound tests.
8 to 10.
That's a good starting outfit for them. Basically, I'll get you started.
That's really awesome.
I throw 10 pound tests all year long on a medium heavy. Bass Pro Shop carbon light rods, 7 foot. And then anywhere from 5.1 to 5.3 gear ratio on your spinning rod. Probably the 200 or 300 series.
Okay. And then if people wanted to find you, just to make sure we get that information, can they buy online? Do you have a social media place that they go to?
I have business cards. You just call me. I don't have anything online or anything like that. But there's a business card with our numbers. I'm located in Big Pool.
Okay.
I'm close to here.
Okay, so I got to ask you about the Big Pool area. What happened to Big Pool?
It was a small sinkhole.
Because I heard the legends that place used to actually be like insanely good.
Yeah, I've My personal best is a 9.3.
Out of big
this
pool?
Is a fish here out of big pool. That was a 6.5.
You're kidding.
I may have the 9.3 here somewhere. One of these pictures.
That's insane.
It's full crappie, full yellow perch, tons of carp. There's some catfish in there. The bass. There was days we used to be able to catch 40, 50 in a day.
Oh my God.
Now, within the last year or two, 2 to 4 fish a day is good. I don't know. I don't know what has happened to the fish. I know we got a small sinkhole in there, and the lake's about half of what it used to be. But we'll see this spring, and see what happens, if it's coming back around to where it used to be or not. But
now,
it
so
used to be incredible.
Is that something you think that could be fixed? Is that something that could be remedied?
Just like they tried to fix the hole 2 or 3 years ago, the lake came back up to full pool.
Really?
Fishing was decent, and then it started leaking again, and it's back down to about where it's going to be now. I don't think it's going to get any higher until they fix that hole.
And guys, I'm going to try to find someone on. I know that falls under the jurisdiction of the Parks and Rec Service. It's not the Maryland DWR, because I talked to them about that. I'll try to get somebody on to talk about that, because I think that place is so cool, and I keep hearing these like rumors that it used to be good, and there's not a lot of places to fish. Right. And so I really hope they throw some money at that and fix that. Yeah, totally.
They used to stock it with trout. They don't do that anymore, but I really like to see it come back the way it used to be.
I would, because it's so nice to have a lake actually to go fish, not just the. And I'm not against the river, but it's just nice to have some options.
The river gets blown out in the springtime. That was always a great place to
yes,
go to.
And catch some largemouth and practice some different techniques and things like that. But thank you so much for coming on again.
And thank you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And then guys, go on, give them a call, and you can actually go order some of these jigs. This is absolutely awesome. Such cool stuff here. And then let's keep on moving down. So many cool things. I think we got one more section here. What do we got going on here?
I think it's a continuum.
It's just one continuum. All right, let's go find Jeff Green again. He's over in that corner. Yep, let's go on over there.
Big old green sun.
Yes, I hope so. Should we get them on the show? Are you sure? Like, is this one big booth? I think this is one big booth. Is one big booth? Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Guys, another thing, I like an iPad. So we're gonna get an iPad with data service at some point, because I can put an iPad on here, and that way she could actually watch, or whoever's doing can watch the screen. Again, please ask some questions if you have some questions for us down below. We can get into them. So we're going to get this guy here. So allegedly this guy can catch fish. So comment section down below. Did you pick green because of your last name?
Green what?
The color green?
No. I like the color green, yellow, and red together.
So talk about your baits. Pimp them out.
Okay, what I have here is 2 3/4 inch tubes. My favorite colors are anything in a green. I like green pumpkin, black, and some type of brown.
Yes, I agree.
Which I have brown. the one right now I've been using, I like it. It's watermelon brown. It kind of looks like a green pumpkin, but you put them next to each other on a table, you can tell the difference.
That is really cool. What size? Do you get a? I might not have a hook. What kind of hook do you have? Oh, right over here.
A number 1 hook.
You talk about that. So because if you pair,
I pour these.
These are tiny. These are which is good. These are tiny tubes, guys.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure you buy the right hook.
These
for
are
them.
number 1 hooks, and they're on a 1/8 ounce ball head, and that's a universal size. That's a really good size for the river. A weight.
And then, guys, you can buy these online at his store. Pimp that thing out. What's the name of the store?
It's SWFA Baits.
Right
and
there.
There's just you can find them there.
And then the other thing is,
did you get that right there? I got it. Yeah.
And then other thing, guys, if for some reason you get the coupon code, just go to any fishing report we've ever done the last 5 years, and then his website's there as well. Yeah, well, whatever. Anyway, what is time but a construct?
And then right now I had some creature baits, but they've been bought up, so I'd show you those. But I have those online.
That's a good problem to have.
And I have Senkos over there. I like 4-inch and 3-inch Senkos. And I don't get too fancy. They're, I guess some people might think they're kind of boring colors, but my colors are green, brown, and black.
Boring catches fish.
If you're not catching them on one of those 3 colors, it's probably a slow day.
When is it a Senko and when does it become a Ned rig?
I would say probably the length. Do I have any Ned rigs here?
I was just curious.
Like right here, 2 3/4 inch. I would consider that a Ned rig.
So you got 2 3/4 inches. I really do like these colors though for your Ned rigs.
But the 3-inch Senko is right here. You got your 4-inch Senko, and I think anything like when you talk about creature baits for Neds, I think anything 3 inches and below, you can call it a Ned rig.
That's actually
But
good.
the stick baits for the Neds, I call them fat sticks. These are 2 3/4 inch, and I'll tell you what, these work just as well on ball head jigs as they do on their fancy Ned rig.
Oh, that's so cool. And
jig
then creature bait wise, I guess yourself. How many did you bring with you?
Just a few. I didn't bring terribly too many. I just had the what is that little bug we were talking about it earlier? Lost it. Train of thought.
What bug?
I forget. Well, anyways,
Wait. What were we talking about?
earlier today.
Well, yeah, we talked about a lot of things. We talked about killing turkeys
Yeah,
and fishing.
I forget. But anyways, it it kind of looks like a Helgermite. I forget.
Oh, crap.
I guess they call it. Sometimes they call them centipedes or something like that. But
Salamanders, centipedes.
but the one bait looks like a Helgermite.
Yeah, Helgermites, Nico baits, like something like that.
Yeah,
like
it's
one of
a
those
3-inch
things.
Helgermite
Okay.
type bait.
That's
But
really
it's
cool.
kind of it's more like a bug bait. I call it a bug bait, like a creature bait.
Dude, and that's so awesome. And again, guys, like come on out here again. But if you're not here, don't worry. You can go to his store. Again, we just linked that stuff right there in the feed. Also, just go into the episode description of one of the things, and you can find that
And
there.
for those bug baits I sell, I think the best jig head for them is a Charlie Brewer slider head.
Charlie Brewer slider head.
And a 16th ounce, and I sell them on at SWFA Baits.
If you had to pick one size,
for the creature bait
and the weight and the head weight.
Oh, 1/8 ounce.
1/8 ounce.
Because they're kind of flat, and they can be tough to throw, and the 1/8 ounce gives it a little bit more weight.
Oh, that's so cool. Awesome. Good stuff. And then, guys, we're going to keep moving on here before I pass out today from talking the whole day. Let's go on down here. Norman was just here. I know. He keeps disappearing. Oh, my goodness. All right. We will be back, guys, when he's back here. Because this guy is the muskie man, and I know everyone keeps talking about doing muskie baits. So I will, once he's back, we'll come back and we'll talk to him about some muskie baits. And then we got Bargain Plastics. Oh, there he is. You, come on over here. Yeah.
How can I help you, Thomas?
We're trying to sell you some baits. Come talk about some muskie baits real quick. What do you got here?
I basically got a bunch of baits that just random miscellaneous baits that I didn't use last year. Figure I bring to the show. And
So are you saying you're just selling the ones that don't work?
No, I'm selling the ones that I didn't have time to fish. I've caught fish on just about every maker that I have here laying on the table, and I actually got into making my own baits. All the hand tied baits I made them all myself. All besides these 3 and these 2 here. All the other ones I made myself. Little hobby that I got into in the past year and a half or so.
How's it been, fishing wise and everything?
Oh, fishing's been great. I couldn't ask for anything better.
That's awesome.
I couldn't ask for anything better. Last year was probably the best year I ever had.
I saw you posted something. Did you almost sink your boat? I thought it was. I don't know. It was you or something. I thought you had like a plug come out of your boat or something. Maybe it was someone else's
No, it
post.
wasn't me.
Okay. Well, that's good then.
It wasn't me. No, not me. Nope.
And then, if people want to buy this stuff, is it just here? Can they get it online? Do you have social media yet for all your baits
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff?
anybody can reach out to me on social media and ask any questions, recommend baits. I got baits for sale most of the time, but I don't have a website yet. Like I said, I've just been hem-hawing around about it and been so busy with work the past year now. It's just been insane. I can't pull the trigger on guiding or doing anything yet. Once I get that figured out, I'll be full. This time next year, I want to be full time with that.
But this is a good thing to get into. I mean, I know I had guys, this episode's going to drop this week. I had a Upper James River muskie guide on, and he talked about it's really hard to find good baits. And he was actually originally up from Minnesota. And he's like, every shop had them, but down here is nothing. So this is a good thing to get into because it is hard to find this kind of stuff.
Definitely.
I will ask, what the hell is this thing?
It's called a suicide fly.
Because it looks like a peacock that had a bad day.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Thomas. It came from being a shallow water guy like myself. It come from just an imagination one night. I was sitting around thinking how I can make a bucktail to run shallower.
That is so
if
cool.
I let it sink, it wouldn't get snagged up. So I started making them and then just evolved from there. I make a rubber tail model, a feather tail model, and a blade tail model now. And they're the only two I have left. As you can see, I've sold probably about 12 or 15 of them.
Dude, that's awesome. Congrats.
Yeah, I've sold a lot of baits today. I have
So-
3 tables.
Oh, this was all, guys, so pan down
this is
here.
all
So
mine.
he sold all this right here.
Yeah, this is all I have left right here.
Yeah, so
I've
this
sold a lot
table
of
was
baits
his.
today.
And so he sold out all this. So eventually he will quit his job and just do this full time. This is all. So if there's one bait they could buy right now to have success, what would you pick them to come down and take?
What I pick, it'd be rubber bait. It's the easiest bait on the planet to work. It's basically a big grub.
Okay.
Everybody started out as a kid using a grub, and that's what I would recommend everybody to start out with if they only could choose one bait. You can work it high in the water column, let it sink down, work it on the bottom.
Dude, that's awesome. And then, guys, once he gets his website, social media set up for his baits and his guiding service, whatever, we'll post a link to all that as well in the episode description when that comes, because this is really awesome, and you're in the right place at the right time, dude. Yep. So, yeah, thank you so much for letting us get over here and pester you with a camera.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Thomas.
You're welcome.
You're a huge fan, buddy.
Oh, thank you so much.
See you, man.
Okay, thank you. You like to hide right behind me like a little cat. Yeah, I know. That's bad. This guy here. So, may we film you? Oh, we gotta film him?
What's happening, John?
Hey, right here. You get to hold
that?
that.
What am I supposed to do with
That's
it?
a mic. Don't put it in your mouth.
That looks like a popsicle with fuzz on it.
Like, yeah. So, yeah. What do you got going on here?
What's that?
What do we got all here? What's going on?
All kinds of stuff. You know my story. I sold my boat. I got way too much stuff. This was the last shot of the season. I've been doing pretty good so far.
This is amazing. Dude, wow. Bargain plastics.
Yeah.
Okay, we got so many cool things here.
A lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. Send customers my way.
Yeah, come on down here, guys, before it all gets gone. And then, well, he just ran off, so I guess we're not talking to him yet.
That's
So
my fishing partner.
Okay.
You know Bill, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gotta get Bill back on.
Yeah.
This is amazing. So what is the hottest selling thing right now? If someone had to buy one thing from you, what would it be?
Well, the plastic's been going good, and surprisingly, people have been buying a lot of line.
Really?
I had a whole box of line with different prices on it, all cheap, partial spools, and I've sold a lot of them.
Dude, that's awesome.
You just never, you come to a flea market, you never know what'll sell.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
That's awesome. So
you saw me. I did down in Fredericksburg.
You sold a lot down there too.
Yeah, I did pretty good in Fredericksburg. This is nice because it's all.
How far is this for you?
Huh?
Where do you live? Like how far of a commute is it? Oh, okay, that's awesome.
25 minutes.
Oh, that's way better. Yeah.
Yeah, this was nice.
'Cause I like to.
I always give a nice contribution to the kids.
Yeah, that is a big.
So, but it's nice because you don't have to pay a fortune for tables like you do with the other ones.
I was actually shocked. It was a really good turnout today. There was a lot of people here.
It's been steady.
Yeah, because created like Dale City, like it was pretty good at Dale City too. But
yeah, you were Dale. I didn't make Dale City.
Yeah, I was.
You did
with Charlie.
You did your booth at
Yeah.
podcast. And that
Yeah,
was all.
I was down there with Charlie.
I meant to ask you, what do you do during the week when you're not doing podcasts? What do you do?
I work from home.
Doing what?
For the government. I work for the government, working remote, paper pushing.
Okay. What?
Yeah.
What agency, or do I ask?
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like one of those 3-letter agencies type of
Oh,
things.
okay.
Yeah.
The one you don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is probably not good for a live stream.
Okay.
Like, this is where I work.
I know how that is. I worked for the government for 17 years, so I know how that is.
Yeah, it's weird to have social media.
When you got somebody you don't want to tell, I know what agency it is.
That's what's weird. It's like, hi, keep me employed, by the way. But no, good. It's good to see you again, sir, as always.
I'll see you down the summer.
Yes, sir. And then we're back over here. Used. Hi, Bill. This dude, yeah, absolutely. Once or twice. Dude, he's a legend now. Did he tell you that he's friends with Davey Height? Wow. He's friends with Davey Height. What do we got here?
I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it. How do you pronounce it?
You want me to pronounce words? Skit, scrat, st-kit, skit it, sta-kit, sta-kit. I don't even know English that well.
Good alternative. You don't want to spend money on a power.
Oh, that's what it is.
That fits on a trolling motor.
I thought it was a heavy-duty flag pole.
It fits on a trolling motor. And then you can drop it down and pull it up.
That makes sense now. How deep does it go?
Huh?
How deep does it go? 8 feet? Oh. Oh, there you go. Carly, here. That's really cool.
He's out there getting something. He's the one that builds it and develops.
Gotcha. Well, we're going to be here, so we'll come back then when he's here.
You see me as a green shirt on and hat right up there standing.
Got him. Okay, so once he gets back here.
Fits on the rear. You can mount it on the transit.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Or you can take that off and put this type of mount on.
Dang, you're good at selling these things. You could get a sales percentage.
Do you have one?
If I were younger, I would buy one.
Oh, that looks so cool. All right. Sweet. All right, we'll be back then. And here is food. Oh, they got what are they called?
Peeps?
I'm just gonna call them chickadees.
Chickadees. What's wrong with you? Chickadees. Get out of here.
Well, should we talk to them when they get back? I really want to get into muskie
You
fishing.
can talk to the candy guy if you want to.
Huh? I think that'd be a great name for these. Is coked out peacock, by the way.
Coked out
A
peacock?
coked out peacock. I would love to catch a fish on a bait like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a really cool design. It really is. Oh, that's so cool.
You just want it as a decoration, though.
Yeah, like that's the problem. Is I think some of these like things are like handcrafted and they're neat.
There's one time Fred goes to shoot, you can hear Ricky going.
Oh wow.
Where's Horny's custom cranks guy? Check these out. Whopper ploppers, $8
so
each,
cool.
hand painted.
There's
Custom
so many cool
crankbait.
color designs.
Here we go. Christopher Hornbaker. Check him out. Check him out.
All right, cool beans. We're not going anywhere. I'm gonna see if I got guys. I'm gonna do some questions here. Let's see. We got Bear. What's that name? Bear Winsey? Wenziel?
Bear Wenzel.
Bear Wenzel. No, they're not open tomorrow. They are only open today. Brew Tank Outdoors. I can say that name. Brew Tank Outdoors. Love the YouTube channel. Awesome live. Wish I was there. Thank you so much. Rocky Gap has big bass. They are deep, but they are there. I want to try Rocky Gap. I never knew Rocky Gap existed. There's a couple booths left that we're going to hit back, guys. What we're going to do is we're going to take a... Oh, sorry.
How we doing?
What do we got going on here?
Just a little bit of miscellaneous tackle. Got a little bit too much, so we come up to liquidate a little bit. Got everything from crankbaits, frogs, jerk baits, some spinner baits, some soft plastics.
That's what I say too when my wife says for me to get rid of stuff. We have to do a corporate liquidation of certain assets.
I understand.
Yeah. These are really cool. Oh, wow. Guys, there's so much stuff. Come on down. Quit what you're doing. Just ditch your kids. Come on down here and get on some of this stuff.
We've got some materials. If you're building out a boat, we've got some stuff down there for
oh, wow.
stick steer boat. Complete setup, everything you need there. Even got some nice Minn Kota trolling motor over there, 70-pound thrust.
That's so nice. Oh, and then the guy for the power poles is back too, so we'll hit there next. This is cool.
Did you do anything online?
Take care of yourself.
No.
So if you want to get a good deal, guys, you got to come on down here.
Thank you.
There's the stick guy.
Tom's running.
Hello. So, can we talk to you about this? Huh? Yeah, you just got to talk so they can hear you. So, what is this thing?
This is a shallow water anchor that attaches to your cable steer trolling motor, which will be this one or this one. On this one, you can clamp it to the back of the boat, or you can take this mount off and put this mount on, and you can clamp it to your cable steer trolling motor.
Oh, that's really cool.
They go down approximately 8 foot. They're all telescoping. There's no electric, no hydraulics associated with it. I just want to show you how it works. Operates off of gravity. The worst thing about this is a string. Actually, the string's the only thing that's going to wear out. Everything else won't. This is all aluminum, and you got 3 pieces of fiberglass. Just unhook it on a little clamshell cleat.
Oh, that is insane. Make sure you do not open this in your car if you're taking it in your car. That is really cool. Yeah, there's your windshield. That is neat. And then you just got to pull it back?
Just pull it back up when you're ready to move.
So that'll be your job. That is neat.
And being fiberglass, you know, fiberglass can bend and then it'll go right back into shape, unlike metal. So there's times that if you're in the, say, the Shenandoah, and the current's up, and you look down, you have this down and stuff, and you look down, and it'll look like it's bent like this. No worries.
No issues.
No issues. Just get on the trolling motor, move forward, grab a hold of the string.
That's really
and
cool.
You can feel it like that. You can pull it right up there.
Wow, that is really neat. And then, so if people can't make it here today, do you have a website or something like that they could go to shop?
I have a Facebook page, and then you can call me.
Facebook page?
Yeah.
Okay. And is your number on the Facebook page so they can call you? Okay, cool. So guys, if you're not here today, you can't make it out, and you think this would really be cool for like a pond prowler or a john boat, or if you just don't want to pay, $100,000 and mortgage your house for 2 power poles, this is actually a really, really neat idea. So go check out his Facebook. You can give him a call. You can kind of make this work. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, and we are moving on. That's really neat. I think we got everybody. Did we just get everybody? That's insane. Take one. Oh, thank you. Boop. Boom. Perfect. Thank you. And then you were talking about the chickpeas? Here, I can hold the camera. You want to talk about the food? Hey, this is like this is our last booth. Did we just get every booth today? Oh my God, congratulations. We got everyone. You're the last booth.
All right.
So what do we got going on here?
We got freeze-dried candy.
Okay, you want to try them?
Oh, I
Get your reaction? Oh, that makes sense. So what got you into this? Now, was this your idea to get this started?
Unfortunately, no. Last year, about this time, I was in Florida at their county fair, and I saw somebody doing this. I went back to my hotel, looked it up on YouTube, Facebook, and bought a freeze dry when I got home.
Oh,
So
cool.
I've only been doing this since August of last year.
Wow, this is really neat. So yeah, like what do we got? What do we have? Different categories, different flavors.
So Skittles are my most popular. They're I do original, like 4 different kinds of Skittles, and then my most popular. That's my most popular. Then followed by Jolly Ranchers, and then these Nerd Clusters are also very popular.
I have never. What do they taste? What does it taste like?
You want to try one?
Yeah, like I think so. It's freeze dried candy.
Correct. So that's the Nerd Cluster. You want to try?
That is really cool. It's almost as like the texture when you first bite into it is like very light, like cotton candy, almost with the Nerd
Correct.
Clusters.
I get cotton candy a lot.
Wow, that is really neat.
And I just been trying some new things. I just did the Peeps. This is my second show with Peeps.
Well, you're
they get the consistency of a Lucky Charm marshmallow.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know about all of them. That is a really good idea.
This is my new favorite here. These are the peanut butter bars. They blow up and get. They look like a mini wheat.
That's actually really cool.
Peanut butter and chocolate itself won't freeze dry because of the oil in it, but if there's something else in the candy that makes it blow up, then the chocolate just re-solidifies back on it.
Ah. So which one are we going to get your mom?
Well, my mom and I already bought some.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, there we go. So you go to me in here, like you've never been to this booth before. Yeah, you've already mortgaged the house on this place. Is that why that one's empty? My God. All right, that's so cool. So, yeah, people aren't here, but they want to actually sample some of this stuff because they have significant others that eat. Yeah. So, where could they find this? Do you have a website or a Facebook
right now,
social
yes,
media?
I'm on Facebook. I have a website. I'm just starting to get into some like makers market stores. I'm in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So this is the farthest south I've been so far. So maybe I'll find a place down here that I can sell them at too. I'm not necessarily doing wholesale or in a retail store yet. Just the little markets, like artisan markets.
That's awesome. So then, and then what is the name of your Instagram handle?
Facebook is Yargo Treats, and then that's pretty much all I have right now. Other than I'm still working on the website. Right now, the website's going to link you back to Facebook.
Okay, so Yargo Treats, guys, go check them out. This is a really cool idea. This will be fantastic. If you get in a fight with your wife, go grab her some of these for the Easter holiday. That way you can get the religious spin on it too. That'll help as well. And yeah, let's just keep on moving on here. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. That was actually surprisingly good, and I don't like sweets very much. I think we got everybody. Did we get? Nope. These are the last two.
I told you we didn't get him.
Yeah, we didn't get him.
I think I ran off to the bathroom.
There you go. What's going on?
Hey man, how's it going?
It's going really good, sir. So,
Yeah.
what kind of baits we got here?
So we got everything from whopper ploppers to spooks on, all top water, to jerk bait, square bills, 3 1/4 square bills to 2 3/4, the deep divers. Man, we have it all from top to bottom. However you want to fish, we can catch them down deep, we catch them way up high. All of our baits are $5. Our whopper ploppers, we're introducing them today. They've sold really, really well. They're $8 a piece. And just some high quality baits, ready to catch fish.
That is absolutely awesome, guys. And I really like these. Right? Ooh, this guy's flat-sided, dude. Look at that color.
Flat-sided, like right now, they are hot.
They are hot. What is your hottest bait right now that's been selling?
Oh Lord, I sell a lot of square bills, but I notice a lot of guys have went to the poppers and the spooks. Jerk baits are always, everybody always wants a jerk bait. You can't. I love jerk baits. There's always one on my pole. Really everything. Like I could not probably pinpoint one thing that would be just a hot seller. I mean they want it all.
Is everything? This is so cool. And then so yeah, if people want to get in contact with you, they can't make it today. Where can they go?
You can look us up at Horny's Custom Cranks. We're on Facebook. We have our own page there. If you have a certain pattern that you want that you can't find at the store, whether it be a jerkbait, square bill, whatever,
If I can get the blanks, I can paint you the same pattern, and it's only $5.
Horny's Custom Cranks, guys. Follow them on Facebook. That'd be really helpful here. Again, like and subscribe to his Facebook. That'll help him out as well. And if any questions, just reach out to him there. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Hey, have a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see, we got.
Huh? Wait, this one here? Oh, this way. I think guys, we're gonna be taking. I think we got everything, which is this is a miracle, by the way. This is, I think, the first time we've actually been able to do something like this where we got everyone. Yeah, everyone that was at their table. We did a really good job. I think, guys, come on, give it a like. We need a couple more likes. I'm pretty disappointed with the like ratio here, but that's okay. It's also a really nice day outside, which honestly, that is a very telling thing where it's like when it's super nice outside, people do struggle to actually watch this online. So what we're going to do here is we've gotten, I think, every booth. If I missed your booth, I am really sorry. Yeah, come back to us. I can come back here and I'll make sure I get you on the show if I missed you. I really apologize for that. We are going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to be back at 1:30. We're going to be back at 1:30 on the live stream, but we're going to go silent for about 30 minutes or break to collect ourselves. Yeah, thank you so much. Let me know if you have any questions. Carl, you can hold this real quick while I switch to the booth. And we are back. And then that camera is off. You can declutter that thing. So, oh my goodness, we've had over 20 people watching. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Guys, what was your favorite thing so far that you saw? Is there anything else that you guys want to kind of see from this flea market? We got a couple more things that we're going to be talking about here starting at 1:30. So we're going to go on a quick little commercial break so I can grab some food and take a leak. And then we'll be back to finish up the show with some of my closing thoughts. Again, this is the Berkeley Springs High School Fishing Flea Market. And we will see you shortly after this small commercial break.
On my property, you didn't win in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your hosts, Thomas Ahrens and Jared Mounts. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
Sorry, guys, that was stupid of me. I was just talking to myself like an absolute idiot there for a minute. Hey, you want to come on the show? You want to sit right here? We can talk real quick. It's so funny, by the way, guys. You come here. There's so many people that are camera shy, but then as soon as you turn everything off, you have all these cool stories and great conversation. But you turn the lights on, man, it stops. So I'll reiterate some of it. First off, it's been a great day here at the Berkeley Springs Fishing Show. I really, really have enjoyed it. It's been a great turnout. I'm going to put on 2 cameras, not 1, but 2 cameras. Go. Kind of show you guys what's going on here. There we go. Perfect. So, no, it's been an absolutely wonderful turnout here. I've been really appreciative just for them to have me here and that I was able to help out. I might have a special guest on, possibly. I'm trying to see if Jared from Jake's Bait and Tackle. He's on Lake Anna right now. He just called me, and hopefully I can get him to come on the show and talk to us about his day. It might be a very short conversation where he says, like, I didn't catch a damn thing, or maybe he has the winning bag. Don't know, but hopefully we get that going on in there. But please let me know in the comment section down below, what have you enjoyed the most today? And please, if you could share this on your Facebook, let people know about this stream. I would really appreciate it. You know, some of our goals here is to actually hit 3,000 subscribers on YouTube, which would be really good, and about 400 downloads per episode on Apple and iHeart, Spotify Radio. Let's see, go through some of these comments that I have. And then who was the other guy we were just talking to? Steve. I just had a good conversation with Steve. He runs a local fishing tournament organization right through here at a big pool at Four Locks. Huge shout out to him. Huge shout out to everyone that we had come out today. Let's see, one of the big questions I have. Rocky Gap Reservoir. Yes, I would like to do an episode at Rocky Gap. Hagerstown. If there is more water that I can legally fish in Hagerstown, please let me know that I won't get shot at or arrested. Those 2 are very important to my well-being. They have to be public water for me to do a Hidden Gems episode. I want public access where any kid can go. I do not want to get a phone call that a parent said, my kid went to the spot you were at and he got shot. Like, that would really not be good for my conscience. We get a couple more here. Let's see. Harris Williams. Are they open tomorrow? They are not. Sounds good, Taylor Edwards. Now, I did want to bring this up on the show. What did everybody think about the new Power Pole trolling motor? You know, Power Pole just came out with a brand new trolling motor. It is $5,000, and I really have no idea. I just feel like it's a lot of money for the trolling motor. I don't know if it's worth it for how much it is, but Power Pole is a heck of a company that makes really good products. So I will try. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt there, but it's got to do a lot for me to be actually like kind of excited about it, if that makes any sense. And then I do have, let me bring this up. So the one thing I wanted to talk about was the Department of Wildlife Resources just dropped. Oops, sorry. That there, perfect. Sorry. So the Department of Wildlife Resources just dropped this right here, and you can come on, sit down. Yeah, it's fine. So the Department of Wildlife Resources just dropped their top lakes. And I thought what was really cool is Sleeter's Lake in Round Hill, Virginia, somehow, some way became number 2 behind Occoquan Reservoir. And I really need to get a hold of Hallecker to say, like, did you guys get a shock boat in there? Because how in the hell did you figure that out? Guys, if you don't know, I grew up in Round Hill. I actually, and me and like 20 other people had a boat ramp access, so we could actually put our big boat actually on the lake. Mrs. Barker, when she actually used to own it, really cool lake. But yeah, so I have that list of their whole ranking of every single fishery in Virginia. I want to go over that. But first, we got another guest to come on. Let me get him back on here. There we go. Ba-boom. Bit Rod. What up, man?
What's going on?
So what do we got going on?
Thanks for having me back on real quick. The first time you came around, I forgot to mention this, and I wanted to. I even told myself before we came here today, if I see Thomas Aarons, I need to mention this. And then you came by, and I spaced. So here we are. Thank you. I just want to let everybody know, if you're not familiar with Shane Flint Outdoors.com, or he's got a YouTube channel. He has a website, ShaneFlintOutdoors.com. He runs a completely free tournament system, bass tournament system. He's got southern region, northern region, and I believe it's western
region.
I think it's just 3. And we have collaborated together, and we have made these, his design. All of these spinner baits are by his design. We've got 4 of them. And how he's tying them into his tournaments. If you catch a fish in his tournament, and when you take the picture of the fish, if you caught it with one of these spinner baits, just have this spinnerbait in the photo of your fish, and when you submit it, that fish will be added to a side pot to win extra money.
Wow.
So they're $8.49. They're on my website. If you go to Shane Flynn Outdoors and go to his website, you can buy them through there. It will actually route you to my website, but you can buy them through there as well. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. Check it out. They're completely free. I mean, you can win like a couple $100. Right, and you're already fishing anyway. So
when is the next tournament?
Your home waters.
Yeah,
you fish anywhere. You fish your farm pond that you know have nothing but 10 pounders in it. It doesn't matter, right? I mean,
and that's the wave of the future. I think it's pretty interesting. And then Shane, huge shout out, bud. I think you are the first guy to go through this and do this, where you can have digital tournaments where you can fish anywhere.
Yep.
That is the next stage with it. Do you know by chance when the next tournament is he has?
So the southern region kicks off Monday. So if you live in Virginia or South, and you want to do this, you need to register right now.
That's important to know.
Yeah, now West Virginia and North, you're good. You've got a while. You've got a couple weeks at least.
Okay.
But the southern region kicks off on Monday. So if you want to get registered, it's super easy. I mean, you go to his website. There's a button, register now, and it'll literally just take you to whatever your email is, and you just email them. Hey, I'd like to register. Southern region, big bass, whatever it is you're registering for. And then it's either the night before, or I think it's the night before, or maybe 2 days before, he'll send you an email with like a code, JRX52 or whatever it is, right? And then you can write it out, you can print it out, whatever, just tape it to your bump board. Everything is done by weight, or not weight. Everything's done by length and not weight. So you have to have a bump board. Your photo, obviously, has to be obvious. There's no, you can't cover up a little bit of the fish. The fish has to be all the way up. And if you did it on one of these to get into the side pot to win extra money, this has to be visible in the photo. And then that's it. I mean, they're really simple. I've registered. My son is registered. I mean, he fishes with Jared in the Frederick County, and I told him they're about to go to Chickahominy for their tournament. I'm like,
when is that?
Is that next weekend?
It's next weekend. Damn, that came up quick.
I told him, I was like, bud, you want to win some money? Get yourself a bump board, because you're going to be fishing anyway. You might as well take a picture of the fish and then send it in for the Shane Flint tournament. And if you get big bass, you just won a couple $100.
How's he feeling about Chick?
He's really excited about Chick. He is. Not putting any pressure on Jared, but Jared is. We know that's Jared's. That is Jared's tournament. That's the one that he's most confident in. So Christian has been literally chomping. He's bouncing off the walls. Like every now and then, I have to look at him and go, Christian, sit down. And we're just like watching TV, and he's Chick, I can't wait. Oh no, he's just so excited. So yeah, it's going to be a really good time. We're looking forward to it. So
yeah, we're definitely gonna have you guys back on after that tournament. Just kind of give a recap with all that.
Yeah.
Because like this youth tournament is really exciting. That it's caught on as much as it has. And again, it's just it's weird. I really wish we could figure out something. We could open up Lake Holiday. You guys are next on my list. Open up Lake Holiday, Sleeters, like some of these places, at least for youth tournaments, because like it's right there in Winchester. Why can't we have children on there for a tournament and that be your home lake? It makes sense. It's a good PR thing, guys. Anyway, that's a whole other tangent I'll get into later. But yeah, because
sounds like it's a little bit. I don't. Honestly, I don't know how the voting went. On the board or the fishing, they were voting on.
Yeah,
which was disappointing for me. I just got caught. Probably gonna happen. Well, because it's parking. It's not about people on the lake. Here's what happens. You want some funny audio?
Yeah.
Call my brother on the 4th of July and just ask him what it looks like at the clubhouse. What the? I don't know. Can I say hell?
Yeah, you can say go for it. Yeah.
But and my brother specifically is like, what? This is bull crap. Like I can't even invite my parents for a Labor Day weekend because there's literally nowhere to park in the entire neighborhood. So what they need to do is nix that, in my opinion. Now I don't live there, and they don't care what I think, but.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Jared and I, we want to do a deep dive at Lake Holiday, and we're gonna try to get some board members on to kind of talk about all these decisions and stuff, since I have the platform to do that. Because to me, it's like it doesn't make some of these homeowners associations don't make any sense. And the other person I'm having on, guys, and this is something else, is Franklin Park and Western Loudon, because allegedly all of Western Loudon was going to be houses, but the guy, when he died, who owned the farm, said it must be turned into a park. It was in the deed. So unless this guy on his deathbed made Franklin Park, it would just all be houses in Western Loudon. And to me, it's like, who is building these cities and stuff where they have no foresight to say, like, let's put in a park, let's put in some baseball fields, let's open up the lake. No, let's make it Ashburn, because Ashburn is so successful, where it's houses on top of each other.
Yeah,
it's mind-boggling how we let these people get into these points of power to do that. I mean, I don't know. I know it's a rant, but it's so
crazy.
frustrating.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I'll tell you, the answer for Lake Holiday, to me, it's blatant. The carp are killing Lake Holiday. So have a tournament. Open up Lake Holiday for a weekend. Have a tournament. Throw $500. Throw $1,000. Hell, right? Bent Rod will sponsor it. Like I'll make 50 lures that you can give out for free. I won't even charge them for it. I just want those carp out of there. That used to be, I think I heard this on your podcast, actually. I think Lake Holiday used to be the fishery in Virginia. It was like rated #1 in the late 70s. Good. It was like top that we had. And now it's, I'm sorry to say, and I hope I'm not stepping on anybody's toes, but it's garbage. Like it's a horrible lake to fish anymore. And it's because there's no grass. And because there's no grass, there's no bait fish. And it's just, we all know how this works, right? They put way too many carp in there. The carp have eaten all the vegetation out of it. And now they're like, what are we going to do about the carp? It doesn't make any sense. I know that they paid a crew to come in there with bows and spotlight. I was told it was like $3,000 or more to have these people come out, and I think they caught or got like 3 carp. So my argument is, if you're willing to spend $3,000 for 3 carp, I'm telling you, you can make $3,000 on a tournament and get rid of half of your carp. If you just open it up for a full weekend and let these guys who are obsessed with carp fishing come out there and catch these carp. Work with the homeowners who have docks. Hey, let these guys be on your dock. We'll knock $50 off your homeowner's fees next month, whatever, right? There's not one of these guys that are going to go, no, I don't want that, right? Yeah, fish off my dock. That's fine. Max 1 angler on a dock, whatever it is. We could decimate the carp population in Lake Holiday if they would just open it up and let the fishermen do their job, right? Catch fish and then get them out of there. And then we can start. Right now, they're trying to start over and they're not even back to square one because the carp are still in there. The carp are still decimating the grass and they're still throwing all these fish in there. And in my opinion, they're literally burning piles of money because those fish that they're putting in there are all, you don't stock bass this big, right? They put little baby bass in there. Those bass are getting eaten. And I think it's who knows how many are in there, but those giant striper, the holdover that are still in there.
Do you think it's an issue where you have the city slicker mentality that you buy a house on a lake and you want it to be a swimming pool for you once a week? Or is it a completely homeowners association problem? Or is it a little bit of both?
For Lake Holiday?
Yeah.
It's definitely a homeowners association problem. I would live there if there was no HOA.
Really?
Oh, yeah. The reason why I don't live in Lake Holiday is because of the Lake Holiday HOA. I know a lot of people who live back there, like 12 different people who live back there. I've heard so many horror stories. People like the house number, you drive by, there's 314, whatever, right? Those little metal house numbers will rust and somebody will take them off and go to Solenberger's and get new replacement numbers. And next day, those don't line up. Like that font isn't acceptable. I'm like, seriously? Like I own this house and you're going to tell me what the numbers on my house have to look like? I'm out. Like I would get kicked out. Honestly, I would get kicked out of Lake Holiday if I even tried to live there. I would never be able to handle that kind of overreach. Honestly, in my opinion, that's what it is.
Overreach is what it is because it's so fascinating to watch this also with Lake Anna as Lake Anna gets more and more built out and Deep Creek. And all of a sudden it's like, I had this crackpot idea on one episode. It's like, will they ever make these lakes private? Will these homeowners associations, because they already did one side of Lake Anna is private.
Yeah.
And as these houses become billions of dollars, like they're just becoming rich swimming pools for people. And that's not good because you can't quickly affix this. And someone needs to do something about this before it's too late.
I agree.
I don't know. And then I had Matt Sellon that talked about like wake boats. He said the number one most dangerous thing right now to the ecosystem is wake boats and erosion, but also someone could die easily. And it's like, he says like the only problem is no one's going to do anything about it until the right person's kid has an accident. And then there'll be a problem with it. And it's just, I don't know. It just gets so frustrating. Whether it's the carp, whatever, everything's so reactionary and we can't get ahead of things. Yep. And it's just, I don't know. But guys, like this is another thing. I'm going to have some people on this spring when Jared gets back from Lake Anna and after Chick. We're going to have the Homeowners Association on. We're going to get somebody on for the Lake Holiday thing. That's important. But again, to a more upbeat note, go follow this guy here. The spinnerbait thing, it starts soon with Shane Flea Outdoors. Go give him a follow. He's been on the channel 1,000 times. Really good stuff, dude. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me again.
Yeah. And I know you guys don't like to hear all that dark, depressing stuff about the outdoor industry, but it is like, it's something that we have to figure out here about, it's hard to get new water. It's hard to find water to actually be able to go out there and fish. And what are you going to do when all the lakes become private? Like what if Lake Anna became fully private someday and no one's allowed? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying it's practically going to happen, but what if you're not going to build a new lake? And to me, that's just what's so frustrating about it. I have a problem with my mic stand. So I am going to pause real quick because I got a wobbly mic stand. Hey, Carly, I got a saggy mic stand. Yeah. So I'm going to hold this in my hand and cradle it because this whole conversation with Bent Rod and my thing is just drooping more and more. How you guys doing? And hopefully I will have. All right. That's good. Sorry. Right in my face, right there. I told you, like, it has to be right there. What? I don't want it bent like that. Why is it bending like that? Okay. It's probably just because of the table. Let me see if I can get this next guest on. How do I call somebody? Oh, that's the problem. I'm asking you.
Isn't it supposed to move?
This is supposed to move. It's not this. I think it's the table is just plastic. That's the problem. Yes. Okay. I got it. So right now my mic is in my hand and I am trying to call. There it is. There you go. There you go. That's, yeah, good. Good enough for government work. Grab this. All right, we're going to make a phone call here. What? But you weightlift.
It's not about a strength thing. I also try not to break your leg. That should hold it.
Yeah.
Stop jerking on it.
I just need it near my. I need it right there near my face. So next time, guys, what we're going to do is bring a table, a wood table.
Do we need a donation box?
Yes.
Here. I'll make the first donation.
You don't.
For
Table.
we're making $50.
No, not $50. Not $50. Give it.
I don't like paying on PayPal. I like
All right, we got that in. So we just had a massive technical difficulty. I apologize for that. Let's see if I can get this guy on the show.
You can't get rid of popsicle.
Nope, he can't make it either. So anyway, with that said, I apologize, guys. This has been a very interesting live stream today, I have to say. Thank you, everybody, for making it. Is there any questions I can answer before we end it for today? Oh, you know what? I'm going to save that. I'm going to save the Virginia Reservoir thing for another stream because we're going to be winding down here for the day. It's been an absolute amazing time. We got to meet a lot of great people. That'd be good. Yep. So anyway, we'll see you guys next time on Fishing the DMV. We're going to say this live stream is over. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you guys next time on Fishing the DMV. Sorry about that. Bye.